Hey guys, tonight we step into a world without AC ice or memes, just blistering heat and stubborn survival instincts. Imagine this. It's the height of summer, sometime in the 12th century, and you're lying awake on a straw-stuffed mattress in a small timber house that smells like smoke sweat and whatever your neighbor's goat left behind. The air is so thick you can taste it. Your linen shirt clings to your back. Your feet are gritty with dirt, and there's no breeze, just the gentle, taunting chirp of a cricket who's clearly immune to heat stroke. You roll over again, already regretting every piece of food you ate today, because digestion is basically a furnace right now. And surprise, your only window is the size of a loaf of bread. It lets in more smoke than air, thanks to your neighbor's cooking fire. You wonder fleetingly if it's possible to spontaneously combust in your sleep. The truth: you probably won't survive this, unless you know a few tricks the locals used back then. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And hey, drop your location and local time in the comments. I'd love to see who's up with us tonight. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. You pull the coarse linen sheet over your head, not for warmth obviously, but to keep the gnats off your face. Outside, the village is dead quiet. Most animals are too smart to be moving around in this heat. You're not so lucky. You still have to wake at sunrise to fetch water before it gets too hot to think straight. And in this world, too hot isn't just uncomfortable, it's deadly. Historians still argue whether the concept of heatwave even existed in the medieval vocabulary. There's no medieval Latin word for thermometer after all, but written records, monastic journals, royal weather logs, and increasingly desperate prayers tell a clear story. It got hot. Like boil your well hot. The kind of hot where famine follows because your grain shrivels on the stalk, and every remaining drop of water is murky suspect and shared with livestock. The summer of 1130 was brutal. Chroniclers in England wrote about animals dropping dead in the fields and peasants collapsing mid-plow. In France, harvests failed so dramatically that desperate farmers tried planting crops at night when the air cooled enough to breathe. You've heard whispers from the abbey that birds started falling from the sky, too much sun, not enough wind. And no, you're not imagining the thick, heavy sky that won't rain. Your village priest says it's divine punishment somebody probably stole something or kissed someone they shouldn't. Again. But you're starting to suspect it's just bad luck. Or maybe it's because your house was built with no insulation, just wattle and daub, and the sun turns the roof into a frying pan by noon. You've tried cooling off in the river, but it's mostly warm shallows now, and someone saw leeches last week. Plus, the local pigs use it as a wallow. Not exactly spa day vibes. You once tried digging a hole in the garden to nap in cooler underground, right? Unfortunately, the ants found you first, and one of your neighbors thought you died and nearly buried you for good. But the worst part, the nights. Because at least in the day, you can pretend to be useful, hauling water, feeding goats, picking limp herbs that look as miserable as you. At night, you just lay there sweating and thinking. Your brain replays every mistake you've ever made, especially that time you traded your best tunic for a cooling tonic made of garlic and crushed beetles. Spoiler, it didn't work, but it did make you extremely unpopular in the village sauna, which is just what people call the baker's alley after 4 p.m. You've thought about joining the monks. They seem to handle heat better, something about celibacy and cold stone floors. But then again, no one ever sees them in mid-afternoon. Maybe they've got a secret underground ice room. Or maybe they just nap like kings. One quirky solution you've heard: sleeping with a wet cloth on your chest. Some old woman in the village swears by it. She also swears that if you drink wine boiled with lavender leaves, it chills the blood. Historians aren't sure if that's legit medicine or just wishful thinking. Honestly, at this point, you'll try anything. Except more beetles. Another oddity, that traveling juggler who passed through 2 weeks ago, he claimed he came from the south, where people chew mint leaves and wear turbans soaked in vinegar to beat the heat. He also tried to sell your sister a dancing chicken, so, grain of salt. Still, you're learning. You've moved your sleeping area closer to the dirt floor cooler down there, especially if you wet the earth a bit before sunset. You've learned to open the door just before dawn for cross breeze, assuming the pigs haven't wandered in. And you've accepted that your hair will always be damp, your armpits itchy, and your dreams full of rivers. Funny thing is, you're not alone. Across Europe, from Spanish plains to Saxon hills, people are lying in their huts, sweating, swearing, and wishing the sun would just give it a rest. You all curse the same sky, and maybe that's something: a shared misery under one relentless orb. And yet you survive. You drink that slightly green water. You eat cold barley mash. You take one step at a time under the glaring blue. Because you know that eventually, the winds will shift, the rain will come, and someone will declare it a sign from God. Until then, you turn your pillow to the cool side again and listen for a breeze that may or may not ever come. You trudge through the late morning heat, already regretting that you were born before the invention of ceiling fans, let alone air conditioning. Your tunic clings to your back like wet parchment, and each step feels like wading through warm porridge. You're clutching a bundle of chicken feathers sheepishly, because yes, today you're trying your hand at fanning for dear life. In the Middle Ages, everyone knew the sun wasn't just some pleasant orb, it was your personal nemesis. And since the phrase heatwave hadn't been coined yet, people just called it miserable summer plague season. Or if they were feeling dramatic, the devil's breath. Which, let's be honest, is pretty accurate. You sit down under the lean-to, behind your hut, angling for the narrow strip of shade that shifts like a fickle friend. A basket of feathers sits beside you, and your cousin has just informed you rather proudly that nobles pay actual coin for servants to wave these things back and forth for hours. You're skeptical, until you see your neighbor's son mimicking the same exact motion with a palm frond and getting paid in gooseberry tarts. Suddenly, this doesn't seem so beneath you. It becomes a game: slow rhythmic waves, up-down flick, trying not to stir up too much dust. You feel vaguely like royalty until a chicken pecks your ankle. That's when reality kicks back in. Historical records tell us that in some elite households, especially in warmer parts of Europe, like southern Italy or Andalusia, trained servants known as ventiures, literally fanners, were employed to keep lords cool, while they lounged around in layers of velvet and fur, because fashion apparently did not care about thermoregulation. One bishop in the 1300s even had a chair modified with built-in feathering devices, kind of like the medieval version of a rotating fan, if the fan had a name, a wage, and probably strong opinions on tithing. But for common folk like you make do. You tie feathers to a stick and wave it with the kind of weary determination that suggests heat stroke is close enough to taste. And sometimes, if you squint and ignore the sweat dripping down your spine, it works. For a few blissful seconds, The air stirs just enough to trick your brain into thinking it's not as hot as it is. One fringe theory, circulating among the traveling minstrels, who, let's face it, love drama, more than accuracy, claims that some towns held fanning contests during peak heat. Participants competed to see who could last longest without passing out while flapping furiously. The winner earned a jug of cider and community bragging rights. No written records confirm this, but it does explain the old ballad about fan-footed Francis and the summer of shame. You chuckle at the thought, but then the breeze dies, and your armpits remind you that this is not a laughing matter. At the market, the richer families are out in full display, showing off their hired breeze makers. You pass one noble lady, her face powdered like a ghost cheeks redder than truth, and she's shaded by a parasol, while two young pages take turns fanning her. You notice they're swapping shifts every 15 minutes. Must be union rules. You, meanwhile, are considering a second chicken feather bundle, one for each hand. Double the airflow, right? Historians still argue whether these fanning practices were actually effective or just social theater. Did it really cool you down, or did it just look important? One scholar suggests that the movement of air might have offered psychological relief more than actual temperature reduction, particularly since heat in medieval Europe was often dry and oppressive. But then again, you'd take psychological relief any day, if it means your brain doesn't feel like it's melting through your ears. You remember something your grandmother used to say during the hot spells: wind is the breath of the saints. Which, sweet as it sounds, doesn't help when the only saint blowing air your way is your younger cousin, and he just gave up to chase a frog. There's always someone nearby trying a new method. One neighbor wraps mint leaves in wet cloth and slaps them over her forehead, claiming it's an ancient Roman trick. Another is dangling a wet bedsheet across his doorway, swearing it catches the heat like a net. You're not sure what that means, but he looks hopeful. By midday, you've retreated indoors. The sun beams through the wall, gaps like laser beams, and the floor radiates heat upwards like a poorly trained dragon. You lie flat on your belly arms, sprawled using the feather fan with slow, almost ceremonial grace. The movement is hypnotic. You start naming the feathers Sir Breeze, Dame Goose, and Baroness Pluckington. That's how fried your brain is. Outside, even the bees are sluggish. A horse stands under a tree, like it's contemplating retirement. And in the village square, someone has built a rudimentary sunshade out of old cloaks and wagon wheels. You consider joining them until you remember the shade smells like goat and wet wool. You're not alone in this struggle. From Bohemia to Burgundy, people have been flapping, fanning, and fermenting all sorts of ideas to survive the heat. A papal scribe once noted that a monastery in Spain banned outdoor prayer during July, lest the brothers collapse like cooked hens. Another chronicle describes how peasants in Provence would dunk their clothes in the river before dressing, walking around like squishy ghosts, just for the pleasure of 5 damp minutes. And yet somehow, everyone gets through it. Maybe not happily, maybe not dryly, but you do what you must. You fan, you flap, you daydream of winter, and you wait. Later that evening, when the sun finally lowers itself behind the treetops, the temperature dips just enough to make you hopeful. You sit outside again, feather bundle in hand, passing it back and forth with your cousin. The two of you don't say much too hot for chatter, but there's a rhythm to it now, a kind of silent pact. We fan, we survive, we don't scream. And for a moment the air moves. The bell rings faintly from the abbey on the hill, its chime warped by heat waves rolling off the fields like ghostly sheets. You barely register the sound. Your legs are too sunburnt to care. Your lips are cracked, and your tongue feels like a scrap of wool someone left in the fireplace. But there's a rumor spreading, and it's got just enough hope to drag your weary feet 1 more mile. A spring has reopened. A holy well no less, supposedly blessed by a saint who healed travelers with water so cool it made your teeth hurt. So, you go. You aren't alone, of course. Every villager who can still walk, and even a few who probably shouldn't, is trudging up the winding path that cuts through the wheat fields, now scorched to the color of old bones. You're surrounded by sweaty pilgrims and muttering grannies carrying bundles of herbs and waxy icons. It's less of a procession and more of a shared hallucination. And maybe it is one, but when it's 97 degrees Fahrenheit in the shade, and your only other option is another night on a sweat-drenched mattress, a miracle starts to sound very reasonable. The well in question lies under a crumbling stone arch shaded by a gnarled elm. According to local legend, Saint Theodoric once struck the ground here with his staff and water burst forth to save his dying donkey. Why the donkey needed saving, no one's quite sure. But it's sacred now. There's even a crude painting of the event in the nearby chapel with the donkey looking suspiciously smug. You kneel with others, dipping your fingers in the water. It's cool. Not cold, not magical, but undeniably better than what's been coming out of your rain barrel lately. A monk ladles out cups to the elderly and sick, while a younger one explains in a sing-song voice how the spring has run dry for years and only just now returned. Perhaps he adds with a hopeful grin, due to your collective piety. Historians still argue whether these miraculous wells were spiritual hotspots or just clever hydrology. Some claim that monks secretly maintained underground cisterns and opened them in times of need to boost faith and attendance. Others say the sudden return of a spring was nothing more than a lucky shift in the water table. Still, no one can deny that these holy wells were real places with real followers, their waters both prayed over and prized. But this one, this well, it's more than water. It's theater. It's hope. It's a story you can believe in for the cost of muddy feet and a walk that leaves you blistered. One woman faints. Someone fans her with a scrap of parchment. Another pilgrim red-faced, and convinced the water cured, his shoulder begins shouting praises so loudly that 2 goats bolt from nearby bushes. You're not sure if it's divine healing or heat delirium, but either way, the mood improves. The more devout among you line up to collect a vial of water for emergencies, even though glass is expensive, and most people settle for repurposed wine flasks. Others press the moisture against their temples or soak strips of cloth for children back home. You watch as one man dips his entire hat into the well and claps it onto his head with a grin so broad you can't help but chuckle. And then there's the guy with the wooden foot. He claims the water made his other toes feel better just being near it. Fringe maybe, but no one argues. You all need this. You start to think about the broader context. Heat this severe doesn't just dry up rivers and make wells vanish. It brings on plague, rot, famine. In the past decade alone, 3 summers like this have left your village with half-empty granaries and desperate tax collectors. Even the livestock are giving up their milk, souring their hooves, cracking from walking dry ground. If you didn't believe in miracles before surviving, July might change your mind. You sit by the edge of the spring, soaking your feet. The mud squelches pleasantly between your toes, and for the first time in weeks, the soles of your feet cool down. You breathe deeply. The air still smells like scorched hay and dried dung, but there's a mossy sweetness here too. Water, real water, changing everything it touches. A local friar begins chanting a prayer. It's in Latin, and you catch maybe every fourth word, but the rhythm is lulling. A few villagers join in voices, wobbling some off key. No one cares. It's not about the sound, it's about giving the heat a counterspell. Something human, something hopeful. One man starts talking about building a shelter near the well, maybe digging a wider basin. A widow suggests a bathing area for the unclean. A boy, barely 6, asks if he can fish in it. You all laugh, not because it's funny, but because laughter is cooler than silence. And yet a quiet part of you worries. What if the water disappears again tomorrow? What if this really is just a passing miracle and the sun comes back twice as angry next week? You glance at the sky expecting thunderheads, or maybe just a break in the haze. Nothing. Just pale, unblinking blue. Still you fill your flask. As the crowd thins and you begin the walk home, you carry that precious coolness like a secret talisman. Every drop, every ripple in your memory is proof you made it here. You found the well. And for now, at least your blood feels less like hot soup and more like something a person can survive in. Back in the village, you offer a sip to your grandmother. She smiles, nods, and tells you it's better than Saint wine, which you're pretty sure isn't a real thing. She pours a little into the cooking pot anyway. That night, you sleep slightly easier. Your feet are still dirty. Your hair still clings to your neck, but your dreams are filled with running streams, cool shadows, and a donkey with a halo. You wake up to the sound of flies buzzing over a cracked clay jug. The water inside is warm again. You take a sip anyway, because what choice do you have? At this point, it's less about hydration and more about ritual. You tell yourself it's enough to keep going, but it's not. Not for long. The truth hits hardest around midday, when the last of the rain barrels are bone dry. Not even a puddle for the chickens to peck at. You try to coax a few drops from the old well, leaning over with a rope bucket that thunks against bare stone. Nothing. Not even the sound of a splash. Just echoes like the well itself has forgotten what water sounds like. And suddenly, it's not just hot anymore. It's desperate. Across the village, people begin trading rumors. Someone says the stream in the next valley still runs. Another claims there's a spring in the hills that never dries. A child whispers that the Lord's castle has a deep well where the water's so cold it steams at night. No one knows what's true. But everyone's listening. Historians still argue whether these were true droughts by modern standards, or just seasonal dry spells made worse by poverty and poor planning. Medieval Europe didn't have a unified meteorological record, just scattered letters and monastic chronicles that sometimes described dry summers and dead crops with the same words they used for wars and famines. Terrible, unnatural, divine wrath. It's hard to separate weather from worldview. But you don't need a scribe to tell you what you see. Fields of shriveled wheat, livestock gathering at dusty troughs, licking wood where water used to be. The village priest, normally full of fire and brimstone, has gone unusually quiet. He just lights more candles, offers more prayers, and watches the sky like it owes him something. You join others on the edge of the village, digging shallow pits near the dry creek bed, hoping to strike mud. Just mud, that's all you want. Something damp enough to wring out. You dig until your hands blister, then keep digging. Eventually, someone hits a damp patch. Everyone cheers. You take turns pressing scraps of cloth to it, squeezing every drop into chipped bowls. It's not clean, but it's better than nothing. At night, people start boiling their water, even if it's only to pretend it's safer. The boiling doesn't help the taste, though. Everything still smells like warm moss and old shoes. You add mint leaves, wildflowers, anything to trick your tongue. Some families soak bread in the water to make it seem like a meal. Others just chew on bitter herbs and hope to dream of rivers. One eccentric elder claims she remembers a summer like this before, back in the famine of '89, though she doesn't specify which century. She swears the bees vanished, the cows cried, and a bishop died of thirst in the middle of a sermon. Whether any of that happened, no one's sure. But you nod anyway. At this point, she's as close to a weather expert as anyone. You start marking days with scratches on the wooden beam above your sleeping mat, not to count the drought, but to keep from forgetting what normal felt like. Day 1, warm water, but water. Day 5, boiled rain barrel sludge. Day 8, a single gulp after dinner. Day 12, none. That's when things begin to fray. Fights break out near the central trough. Someone steals a water skin from a sleeping child. A goat dies, and no one moves it for hours. Even the birds seem quieter. It's like the world is holding its breath, and you with it. But the worst is the way people start watching the sky. Not like hopeful farmers, but like gamblers. You see it in their eyes when a cloud appears on the horizon, longing, calculation, disbelief. And when it drifts away, as they always do, the weight settles heavier than before. One afternoon, the priest climbs the bell tower and rings the bell non-stop until people gather in the square. He announces a village-wide fast and prayer. No bread, no water, no rest, until the heavens answer. You sit with the others, dry-mouthed and dizzy, chanting under the open sky. Some chant, some just weep. That night, a wind stirs. Only slightly. Just enough to make the prayer banners flutter like tired wings. A boy swears he felt a drop. Another claims he saw lightning in the distance. You wait. Nothing comes. Fringe tales start circulating ways people try to summon rain. You hear of dancing naked in fields under moonlight, whispering to trees burying frog bones at crossroads. A traveling friar says, in southern Italy, villagers would burn bundles of sage and rosemary while chanting to Saint Medard, patron of weather. He says it worked 3 out of 5 times. That's better odds than anything else lately. You consider trying it, not because you believe in frog bones or weather saints, but because it gives you something to do. The next morning, you walk to the dry stream bed again. You sit where the water used to run feet in cracked clay and imagine the flow. You try to remember the sound of moving water, the glint of it under sunlight, the way it cooled your wrists. And for a while, just imagining it is enough. Later, you find a moss-covered stone with a bit of dampness beneath it. It's not much, but it feels like a secret gift. You press your sleeve to it, hold it to your cheek, and close your eyes. You survive another day. By now, you've run out of ideas. And you've run out of shame. That's why you're kneeling behind the barn, scooping up cow dung with your bare hands, because someone swore it works as a sunblock. You're not even the first to try it. You saw your neighbor do it yesterday. He's the same man who once tried to cure his gout by sleeping with a duck. So credibility is flexible. Still desperate times, right? You spread the cow, dung gently, thinly, like smearing bad luck across your arms and shoulders. It dries quickly in the sun, forming a cracked, flaky armor that smells like everything you regret about your life. A few flies follow you buzzing like critics. But strangely, the heat doesn't feel quite as sharp now. The stink, on the other hand, absolutely heroic. Historians still argue whether this actually worked or if it was just another folk belief born of dehydration and sheer desperation. Some say the dry dung might have acted like a primitive clay, blocking the sun reflecting heat, maybe even deterring bugs. Others point out rightly that people back then didn't always distinguish between practical survival and ritual behavior. After all, the same villagers who smeared dung on their foreheads also carried onion amulets to ward off bad weather. Whether it worked or not, well, you're here, aren't you? There's something calming about the absurdity of it all. You sit in the shade, dung-covered eyes closed, imagining you're a knight with armor forged from barnyard sacrifice. A really smelly knight, maybe Saint Compost, patron of mild sunburn. The more you look around, the more you realize that you're part of a trend. One woman has taken to wearing a wreath of cabbage leaves around her neck to draw out the fire. Another man swears by a paste made of crushed barley and ashes, which he pats onto his bald spot like a medieval sunscreen. He smells like breakfast and firewood. One particularly determined family has dug a shallow trench in their garden and coated their entire bodies with mud lying there like sun-baked statues. From a distance, they look oddly serene. Up close, they look miserable. You pass them slowly, arms raised like wings to keep your dung layer from cracking. You try not to laugh. They're doing the same thing you are, just with better presentation. Fringe medical texts from the time offer some eyebrow-raising suggestions. One 14th century herbalist recommended rubbing crushed snails onto exposed skin, claiming the slime glides coolness into the pores. Another advised bathing in urine warmed by the sun, but not too long timing was essential apparently. No surprise, neither method caught on widely. But they were recorded, which means someone definitely tried them. It's not just the smell that gets to you. It's the strange sense of hope, like maybe this ridiculous method will be the one that works. Maybe cow dung is secretly the medieval sunscreen we've all been ignoring. You imagine a future where people bottle the stuff and sell it at the market. Now with extra shade, you shake your head and flick a dried chunk off your elbow. Your cousin sees you and doesn't even blink. He's too busy trying to make a fan out of old fish scales. No judgment here. Later in the day, you climb up the small hill near the edge of the village. It used to be the execution hill, grim reputation, but now it's just the highest point with a breeze. You lie flat on your back, dung and all, and let the wind scrape the top layer off your shoulders like flaky paint. The smell clings, of course, but the sun doesn't sting quite so much. You think back to that monk story, how peasants in Africa used a mixture of clay and dung as natural protection. Maybe it made its way across the Mediterranean. Maybe some traveler saw it, tried it, brought the idea home. Maybe someone forgot the clay part and just went all in on the dung. Doesn't matter now. It's part of your toolkit. The strange, messy, smelly toolkit of surviving in a world without science textbooks, only shared stories, and very, very strong noses. That night, as you wash off in the river, or what's left of it, you feel surprisingly good. Not clean exactly, not victorious, but something like resilient. You aren't proud of what you did today, but you're not sunburned. And in this world, that's something. The others notice too. One by one, more villagers begin the ritual. Some even improve it. A group starts mixing the dung with cooled ash from the baker's oven to make a darker, smoother paste. They start calling it shadow coat. You roll your eyes, but you try it. The best part? It works better than feathers. And way better than the guy with the barley paste, who now looks like he's breading himself for the fryer. By now, the sun is setting, casting long golden light across the fields, and you feel oddly united with everyone who stinks like you. A little troop of stink warriors. A family. No shame. Just survival. Tomorrow you'll try something new. Or not. Maybe you'll double down on this method. Who knows? You've got time heat and imagination, and just enough dung to keep your arms from crisping like salted pork. The rooster doesn't even crow anymore. Maybe he's melted. You wouldn't blame him. You stagger out of your hut, wearing the same sweat-stained linen you slept in, because at this point, fresh is just a myth, like dragons or well-behaved nobles. Your tunic clings to you like a second wetter skin. You peel it off with a dramatic grunt, step into the narrow courtyard and pause for a moment. The sun is already a bully in the sky, and it's not even breakfast. Today you're trying something bold, radical even. You're going to wear less. Seems obvious, right? Fewer clothes, less heat. Not in this village. Here, modesty isn't just a virtue, it's practically a sport. People will put on 3 layers just to go to confession, but you're done with boiling in wool. So you throw on a simple linen shift and a neckcloth, leaving your legs and arms mostly bare. You look indecent, scandalous even. A breeze ghosts over your skin, and you sigh so loudly, a goose startles 3 fences down. And then come the looks. First, it's your aunt, wrinkling her nose, like you've walked into church holding a dead rat. Then the blacksmith, who openly gapes like he's never seen knees before. Which honestly, he might not have. You mutter something about ventilation and march off before anyone can start a sermon. Historians still argue whether medieval people were actually obsessed with covering up, or if that's just how chroniclers framed it. Artwork from the time shows both extremes: pious peasants buried in fabric and field workers in short tunics and no undergarments. It seems the answer depends on the region, the season, and whether anyone was watching. But one thing's clear: showing too much skin could quickly become everyone's business. You reach the village square, where a few brave souls have already adapted similar survival tactics. One boy wears nothing but a belt and a very determined look. A woman has hacked her dress into something that would scandalize a nun, but clearly breathes better. The old miller walks around shirtless, with a bucket of water in hand, pouring it over his head every hour and daring anyone to say something. And yet gossip travels faster than rain in this town. By midday, word has reached the priest, who delivers a passionate speech from the chapel steps. Something about preserving dignity, maintaining moral fabric, ironic considering the topic, and how God can see you even if your elbows are showing. You're not sure whether to feel offended or honored, maybe both. You slink into the shadows and drape a shawl over your shoulders, not out of guilt, but because the sun is now weaponized and you're starting to feel like roasted turnip. Even linen has its limits. One fringe practice you hear about comes from a traveling merchant in the Far East. He claims people wear loose flowing garments that trap air to create a natural breeze. At first it sounds ridiculous. More fabric, more heat. But he demonstrates by shaking out a robe that billows like a ship's sail. You step inside his tent, and sure enough, it's at least 10 degrees cooler. You nearly propose marriage on the spot. You begin to rethink your strategy. Maybe it's not about showing less skin. It's about letting the air move. That afternoon, you rummage through storage and find an old, oversized tunic. You cut slits in the sides, cinch it loosely at the waist, and wear it over nothing at all. Suddenly, you feel less like a sweaty peasant and more like a revolutionary with airflow. Other villagers take notice. Some copy your design. Others double down on tradition, wrapping themselves tighter as if shame itself might cool them off. One man covers himself entirely in black robes, muttering something about absorbing sin. He collapses within the hour. You offer him a sip of water and suggest he rethink his theology. Still resistance lingers. The village elder calls a council meeting. Yes, a whole meeting about increasing immodesty in these trying times. You sit through it, arms crossed, sweat beating down your spine, as he reads a list of clothing infractions committed this week. Ankles, armpits, thighs. He gasps at each one like they're plagues. You stand up, politely, firmly, and say I'd rather live indecently than die properly dressed. There's silence, then a smattering of claps. Then someone fans themselves with their bonnet and mutters, well, she's not wrong. That evening you lie half naked on the rooftop, watching the stars appear one by one. You're not alone. At least 5 other villagers have taken to sleeping on rooftops, too. It's cooler up here, breezier, and maybe a little freer. A few folks still grumble about it. But more and more people are trading dignity for comfort, and not in a bad way. In a we want to live way. You even hear talk of communal sewing days, altering old garments, cutting vents, swapping thicker fabrics for thin linen scraps salvaged from who knows where. There's one woman who starts a small side business patching together heat-friendly tunics out of flour sacks and curtain remnants. She calls them breeze robes. You laugh, but you buy 2. It's funny in a way. The heat makes everything unbearable, your house, your body, your neighbors. But it also peels things back. Expectations, pride, pretenses. You start to see everyone more clearly, and maybe they see you too. Not just your skin, but your intent. Your need to adapt, to survive, to breathe. And honestly, you've never felt more human. You duck into the narrow alley behind the baker's house, hoping for shade. But instead of relief, you step into a furnace. The stones under your feet are warm enough to fry an egg. The air between the buildings just sits there, thick and unmoving, like someone left a wool blanket hanging over the village. This is the part no one warns you about: the way cities and towns, even small ones like yours, trap heat like angry gods in stone cages. Every cobbled street, every slate roof, every cramped alley just bakes and bakes and then holds on to that heat like it's personal. You're not even near the oven yet, and already your clothes feel like they've fused with your spine. Urban Heat Islands, 1347 edition. You live in one, even if you don't know the term. Historians still argue whether medieval cities experienced the same kind of localized temperature spikes we see today. There were fewer stone buildings back then, fewer roads, but also far less ventilation. Winding alleys, tightly packed homes, soot-stained walls. Everything in your world is designed to keep the wind out, not let it through. And now, in this record-breaking heat, it shows. The baker emerges from his house, wiping sweat from his forehead with a floury rag. He nods at you and mutters, "Hotter than the devil's porridge today." You nod back and skirt past his doorway, where the stone hearth radiates enough heat to blister your eyebrows. You used to think the market square was the worst place to be during a heat wave. Now you know it's here, trapped between buildings, no trees, no wind, just sweat and silence. And the occasional scream when someone touches the iron handle on the smithy's door. But it's not just discomfort. It changes people. Tempers flare. Arguments spark over nothing. Whose goat gets the last bit of shade, whose child trampled someone's herbs. You see it unfold. Every day now fights that shouldn't be fights. Neighbors who've shared harvests for years, suddenly sniping at each other like chickens in a drought. The air feels charged, not just with heat, but tension. Some say the buildings make people mean. That being packed so close in the heat makes even friends feel like threats. Others think it's the noise, the constant murmur of boiling pots, creaking carts, panting dogs. You can't think clearly with that much everything around you. One friar writes in his journal that in cities like Paris or Cologne, entire neighborhoods turned aggressive during the hottest months. Street preachers blamed demons. Physicians blamed bad air. Locals just blamed each other. You duck into a shaded nook where the walls curve like a throat. It's slightly cooler, but it smells like wet bread and mildew. You sit anyway. Above you, someone pours out a bucket of wash water and nearly scalds a passing dog. The dog yelps, spins, and disappears down the alley. A child peeks out the window and giggles. You sigh. The stones in your town were meant to last forever, and they probably will. But they weren't built for summers like this. The cathedral steps get so hot you can't kneel on them during prayer without burning your knees. The forge chimney has to be closed by midday, not because of the fire, but because the air itself becomes too thick to breathe. You start keeping to the outskirts more. Fields, streams, wooded paths. Anywhere the air can move. You begin avoiding errands that bring you into the heart of the village unless they're absolutely necessary. You learn which corners stay shady longest, which buildings give off the least heat. You move through town like a thief in broad daylight, always searching for the next patch of breathable air. One fringe belief starts circulating, people claiming certain buildings are cursed, holding heat because of ancient sins. The old granary, the tanner's house, the east wing of the abbey. The rumors get so intense the priest has to bless the buildings with holy water and a damp cloth. You try not to laugh, but when the water hisses on the stone like it's frying something, you stop laughing. You overhear someone say, "The devil doesn't live in fire, he lives in stone." You believe it a little more every day. Then comes the collapse. Not dramatic, just slow, steady. The elderly begin staying indoors for good. A young man faints on the way to market. A baby gets a fever that doesn't break. The midwife says the heat is trapping souls. It's poetic, but no less true. The blacksmith, one of the strongest men in the village, abandons his forge entirely, says he'll reopen when the wind returns. Until then, he just sits shirtless in a basin of water and carves spoons. You ask if he's okay. He says, "Never been saner. Just done fighting fire with fire." You begin to see signs of adaptation. Someone installs cloth shades across the alley like sails. A group starts painting rooftops with leftover lime, hoping the lighter color might reflect some of the sun. It's rudimentary climate science with a dash of medieval aesthetic. But the best trick? Timing. You adjust your day. Errands happen at dawn. Meals are cold. Conversations are short. Everything else waits for the night. And at night, you return to the rooftops. You lie flat on the tiles, heat still radiating under you, like a dying beast. But above you, the stars shimmer like ice crystals. And if you lie very still, you can almost imagine wind. Almost. You wake to the sound of footsteps crunching on gravel and the unmistakable clink of glass jars. Your neighbor's son scurries past, carrying what looks like a bucket packed with snow. You blink. Snow. Now you're chasing him down the alley. Barefoot dust kicking up between your toes, brain fogged with heat and disbelief. He darts into a cellar door behind the scribe's house, and you follow like a starving cat after the smell of roasted fish. Inside, the air dips just a little. It's not cool, but it's dark, and that's enough. Your eyes adjust, and there it is, packed in straw, wrapped in thick burlap, cushioned in cracked ceramic urns, actual, honest-to-goodness snow. Not much of it, just enough to make a small mound that's slowly turning to slush. Still, you feel like you've stumbled into a medieval version of Heaven's Freezer Isle. Your neighbor grins proudly, holding out a small wooden spoon. He's made a treat. A delicate scoop of snow, drizzled with honey and rosewater. Try it, he whispers, as if the snow might melt faster if he speaks too loudly. You do. It's sweet cold and tastes like perfume from a dream. You're pretty sure your soul hiccups in gratitude. This is medieval ice cream, sort of. Historians know that the wealthy and powerful, particularly in the Islamic caliphates and later in Renaissance Italy, had early versions of frozen treats, often made with snow and sweet flavorings. But even in medieval Europe, the idea of cooling something down for pleasure existed, especially if you lived near mountains or had enough money and servants to fetch snow from distant peaks. And if you didn't, you improvised. In some regions, people dug deep snow pits in the winter, insulating them with straw and animal fat to preserve chunks of ice for the summer months. It was rare, it was laborious, and it melted fast, but it happened. A few lords and monasteries kept ice cellars this way, jealously guarded and rationed. Some records even mention snow being imported by mule caravan from highland regions. One monk wrote of snow arriving at his abbey in June, miraculous and wholly chilled, like the tomb. Your village, not exactly a snow trading hub, but someone maybe that suspiciously silent apothecary has managed to hoard a small stash. Word spreads quickly. Soon, half the village has gathered outside the cellar door, like bees around a bucket of syrup. There's a system now. 1 spoonful per person. No seconds. A child tries to fake a second turn by switching cloaks. Busted instantly. It doesn't matter. That 1 spoonful changes everything. You feel it slide down your throat like silk. Cold. Clean. Almost sacred. For 1 shimmering second, you remember what winter felt like. Your breath puffing in the air. Your fingers numb the sting of snowball fights. You even miss the way your nose used to run. Almost. The snow doesn't last, of course. Within the hour, it's a puddle of lukewarm sweetness and soggy straw. But the mood it leaves behind, that sticks. One fringe tale someone swears is true. A lord once buried his favorite jester in snow as a prank, just his legs sticking out, then forgot him overnight. The jester survived and came out the next morning, singing like a bird and demanding cold pay for cold service. Whether it happened or not, you want it to be true. Later, you try recreating the treat. You fill a small bowl with water drop in rose petals and let it sit in the shade. Then you crush a bit of rock salt around it to see if it helps. It doesn't. But you feel like a magician. The water smells nice, at least. You sip it and imagine it's something colder, richer, fancier. You're not alone in this. That same neighbor starts freezing goat milk overnight, using shallow pans and letting the desert cold breezes help. He doesn't get ice exactly, but the result is a slushy mess he calls milk frost. People love it. He adds cinnamon, sells it at market. You buy 2 bowls, even though it costs half a loaf of bread. The kids go wild. For once, they're not just sticky from sweat, but from joy. You hear laughter again, the real kind, not the overheated cackles that have become common. For a little while, it's like the heat isn't winning. Historians still argue whether this kind of cold treat was widespread or just a luxury of the upper classes. Certainly, most peasants didn't have access to alpine couriers or underground ice rooms. But people everywhere found ways to chase cold. Whether it was snowpacking, stream chilling, or just daydreaming about glaciers, the urge to cool off shaped behavior more than many realize. And in your case, it shapes everything. You spend the rest of the day thinking about that spoonful of snow. How it felt. How it made your jaw ache and your heart flutter. You think you'd walk to the mountains barefoot just to taste it again. That night, you dream of a snowstorm. Not the dangerous kind, not the kind that kills. Just soft, fat flakes drifting down on your roof, settling on your windowsill, frosting the fields like a blessing. You open your hands and catch a flake. It doesn't melt. You smile in your sleep. In the morning, of course, you wake to more heat. But you also wake with something new, the knowledge that even in the blistering crush of summer, there are moments of ice. Tiny, fleeting miracles. Rosewater snow on the tongue. And the warmth that comes not from the sun, but from the joy of sharing coolness with someone else. You hear them before you see them, the soft whoop 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 of palm leaves moving rhythmically through the air, followed by the slightly more dramatic thump of someone fainting behind the chapel. Again, you turn the corner, and there they are. A line of monks, seated in the cloister courtyard, robes hitched up discreetly to expose pale ankles, each fanned by a novice holding a woven palm frond with the reverence of someone guarding a relic. 1 fan per monk. It's equal parts sacred ritual and spa day. You stand there sweating through your new breeze robe watching this quiet symphony of privilege and wondering, do monks really have it that bad? Apparently, yes. Historians note that monastic communities were particularly vulnerable during extreme heat. The strict routines of prayer fasting and layered woolen robes didn't exactly mix well with 90-degree noons. Monks were expected to kneel, chant, and endure. But behind abbey walls, little tricks bloomed like mold in the rafters. Fanning was one of them. Not officially allowed, mind you. There were rules against vanity comforts. But plenty of orders made exceptions during summer, especially for the elders or anyone too pious to argue. Hence fan clubs. And yes, that's what you start calling them in your head, monastic fan clubs. The novices waved their palms with a kind of slow precision eyes glazed from repetition and heat. You spot Brother Cedric, known for his fondness for pears, and naps slipping further down his bench with each sweep of air. He's absolutely faking it. There's a smirk twitching beneath his beard. No one calls him out. If faking a faint means getting an extra 5 minutes in the shaded crypt, who can blame him? You edge closer, pretending to admire the roses. Sister Alina catches your gaze from across the courtyard. She's sweeping, always sweeping her veil damp with sweat. She nods at you, then flicks her eyes toward a shadowed doorway. You follow. Inside, it's blessedly cool. A faint draft wafts down the stone hall, tinged with the scent of candle wax and mint. This way, she whispers. You follow her into what appears to be a storage alcove, but it's been cleverly rearranged. There's a small stool, a clay jug of water, and most miraculously, a fan of your very own. Not palm, but willow reed. You take it. You use it. You almost weep. Don't tell the abbot, she says, grinning. He still thinks suffering is holy. You sit together for a while, passing the fan back and forth in companionable silence. She tells you the monks once tried to beat the heat by placing cold stones under their robes. Someone developed a rash. They tried again. Now, they wrap damp cloths around their heads during morning prayer. They call them blessing bands. It doesn't help much, but it feels productive. One fringe theory from the monasteries scribe that certain chants sung at particular frequencies might cool the air. He even has notes on it. Of course, it's the same scribe who thought pigeons could detect plague, so you're skeptical. You eventually rejoin the courtyard crowd. There's a sort of whispered tension now. Word has spread that someone's been sneaking into the wine cellar to nap on the cold barrels. No one names names, but every eye glances sideways when Brother Lucian emerges, looking suspiciously well-rested. You make a mental note to investigate. The abbot, sensing too much joy, declares an extra hour of silent meditation. Outdoors, it goes about as well as you'd expect. By the time the bell tolls, 2 novices are asleep against a fig tree, and Brother Cedric has migrated into the rose hedge, claiming a vision. You suspect he just followed the scent of shade. The thing about monasteries is that they're quiet but not serene. At least not during heat waves. The stone helps, yes. Cool crypts, shaded cloisters, thick walls. But the routine, the obligation, the sheer repetition of kneeling and rising, sweating and praying starts to fray the edges of even the most disciplined minds. And that's where the fans come in. Not just the tools, though. Yes, the fronds, reed mats and breeze tunnels are real. But the idea of fanning, the excuse to rest, to be still without guilt, to pretend it's devotion when it's survival. You try to join the routine. You offer to sweep to fill the water jars, to run errands, to the cool crypt wink-wink. You discover that Sister Alina has set up a kind of fanning rotation, assigning tasks based on who looks the most flushed. It's not official. It's better than official. One monk shares a tip: wet the fan itself before waving. The mist cools as it hits your skin. Revolutionary. You try it. You overdo it. You now smell like swamp water and rosemary. But it works. You ask another if fanning is allowed during prayer. He says God prefers us alive. The abbot disagrees, of course. But even he accepts a fan, by the end of the day, delivered with great humility and a side of silent rebellion. By the time the sun sets, you've learned a lot. 1, fanning is a sacred art. 2, no one in the monastery is above cheating the heat. 3, crypt naps are the best naps. You walk home feeling lighter, slightly cooler, and surprisingly grateful for a community of quiet, sweaty conspirators in brown robes. You stop by Sister Alina's door and leave your willow fan propped gently against the stone. A thank you, a goodbye, and an unspoken promise. Tomorrow, you'll bring her a scoop of milk frost. You don't plan on sleeping on the castle roof. It just sort of happens. One moment, you're leaning against the cool outer wall, trying to escape the body heat of 3 snoring cousins packed into your hut like damp firewood. The next, you're climbing a rope, tied to a fig tree, and heaving yourself up onto the parapet with all the grace of a boiled turnip. It's cooler up here. Not cold, but better. The stone still radiates heat from the day, but at least there's wind. A soft, steady breeze that smells like baked thyme and dry moss. You stretch out across the flat expanse cheek, pressed to the roof tile, and sigh so loudly a nearby owl takes offense and flaps off with a disgruntled squawk. This isn't exactly allowed, of course, but desperate times. And besides, you're not the only one. Across the rooftops, like lizards basking in reverse, people are sprawled. Cloaks, as blankets, bread sacks, for pillows, a bottle of weak cider passed between two giggling sisters who definitely bribed the steward to look the other way. It's not just survival anymore, it's a trend. And here's the wild part, it's working. Up here under the open sky, the heat loosens its grip. You can breathe again. You can think again. You even laugh when a noble's hat tumbles from a nearby tower and lands in someone's soup. Why they were eating soup in this weather is another matter. Historians note that during the hottest months, sleeping outdoors became increasingly common, not just in rural fields or merchant courtyards, but on roofs, battlements, even haylofts. Some city records describe ordinances issued to prevent accidental descent, which is a very polite way of saying falling off and dying. You're trying very hard not to be a statistic. Still, it's hard not to wonder, has anyone ever launched themselves from one of these rooftops in their sleep? You think of that tale about a minor duke who rolled clean off a parapet during a particularly bad heat wave, landed in a manure cart, and lived only to wake up thinking he'd died and gone to hell. No one corrected him for 2 whole days. Good times. You wedge your pack under your hip and try to get comfortable. It's surprisingly quiet. No flies up here, no pigs. Just the soft rustle of dry grass down below, and the occasional creak of the beams as the castle cools slowly like bread left out overnight. You watch the stars, hundreds of them crisp and smug up there untouched by your sweating, mosquito-slapped reality. A faint trail of smoke drifts up from a distant hearth, curling like ribbon toward the moon. You breathe it in and pretend it's cold mist. Somewhere down the wall, someone starts snoring. You count the gaps between the breaths. 15, 20, a pause, then a yelp followed by laughter. Someone's rolled into a wasp's nest. That'll be the talk of the market for days. The fringe crowd, of course, has taken this trend to new heights literally. You've heard tales of a commune who built entire rooftop dwellings for summer use. Thatched lean-tos, cooling tunnels, made from clay pots, stacked to create wind channels, even suspended hammocks rigged from stolen fishing nets. The village elder says it's madness. You say innovative. You've also heard of a recluse who lives entirely in the bell tower, during summer descending only for goat cheese and news. He claims the altitude keeps his thoughts pure. You suspect it just keeps his feet dry. But the best thing about rooftop nights, the stories. With everyone lying side by side, like sardines under the stars, there's little to do but talk. Whispers float across the tiles, rumors, dreams, bad poetry. One girl sings lullabies she swears were passed down from frost giants. Another describes a lake so cold your voice freezes mid-shout. You tell a story, too, about the snow treat from last week, the milk frost, the fainting monk, and the dung armor that actually worked. People laugh. One boy claps. You feel oddly proud. There's a kind of honesty in rooftop sleep. No one cares what you're wearing, how bad you smell, or how long it's been since your last proper bath. You're all up here for the same reason, to escape the unbearable soup that the earth has become. Eventually you drift. Not into full sleep, there's too much risk of rolling, but into something like it. Half dreams. Floating thoughts. A memory of winter. A breeze that might be real or imagined. At one point, you startle awake when someone shifts nearby and a loose tile clatters down into the garden below. A few heads jerk up. No screams. No thuds. Everyone breathes again. You vow to sleep in the middle next time. Just before dawn, the sky turns the color of old parchment, and the first rooster calls out miraculously, alive, apparently. You sit up, rubbing your eyes, back stiff from the stone, and smile at the sight of your fellow roof dwellers waking like crusty butterflies. You survived the night. And even better, you feel almost cool. You climb down, carefully joints, creaking limbs, aching but heart surprisingly light. There's talk of turning rooftop, sleeping into a proper event, maybe even assigning spaces, adding ropes. Safety first. Until then, you tie a sash around your middle for next time, just in case. You pass a sleepy child, rubbing her eyes and mumbling, "I dreamed I was a bird." You ruffle her hair. So did I. Your head is spinning. Not the kind of spinning that comes from joy or wine or spinning around in circles like a fool during midsummer dances. No, this is the slow, disorienting, stomach-turning kind of spin that makes the ground feel suspiciously like a boat and your legs like poorly made furniture. You know this feeling. Everyone does. It's sun sickness. You sit down under the shade of a cart, your breath, shallow skin hot and strangely clammy. A few steps away, your cousin is pouring water over his feet and muttering about bad humors. Someone offers you vinegar. Another, a cloth soaked in goat milk. Neither helps. Then someone says it. "We should bleed you." And suddenly, you're not just hot and dizzy, you're scared. Because in the Middle Ages, sunstroke wasn't just an inconvenience. It was a sign that something inside you had gone wrong. That your humors, blood phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile had fallen out of balance. And the quickest, surest, most widely accepted way to fix that, let some of it out. A traveling barber-surgeon is fetched. He arrives looking entirely too cheerful for someone who carries knives for a living. He squints at you, pokes your wrist, and announces your blood is too lively. Must be the sun. That's apparently enough of a diagnosis to start prepping the leeches. Historians still argue whether bloodletting actually helped in cases of heat-related illness, or whether it was a case of doing something just to feel in control. Some suggest it may have relieved pressure or induced calm. Others say it only made things worse. But for centuries, it was the go-to. Hot dizzy. Let's poke a hole and drain the problem. You protest weakly. You don't want to be drained. You'd rather just faint dramatically and hope people think you're poetic. But the surgeon is already rolling up his sleeves. Luckily, your grandmother intervenes. She has a better idea. Cold feet, warm cloth on the neck, and a nap. That's what he needs. She drags you away before the leeches can protest. You end up on a pallet in the shade, half wrapped in damp linen and smelling faintly of mint and garlic. Not ideal, but better than bleeding out your summer essence. Others aren't so lucky. Later you hear that a merchant's son was bled after a dizzy spell. Twice. By sundown, he's pale as milk and can't lift his arms. The surgeon nods satisfied. The fever has left him. You're not sure if that's entirely true or if it just ran out of blood to swim in. There's no denying it, though the sun is breaking people. Everywhere you look, folks are moving slower, thinking slower. Tempers flare for no reason. Jokes fall flat. People forget names, dates, recipes. You spend an entire afternoon convinced today is Wednesday, only to be told kindly it's Monday. Again, someone finally uses the phrase midsummer madness. You nod like it's a diagnosis. To cope, villagers invent strategies. Some carry flat stones soaked in stream water, pressing them to the back of the neck when the world tilts. Others chew willow bark or cold fennel, both rumored to cool the blood. You try a mix of both, and mostly just get a weird aftertaste. One man claims sleeping with a silver coin under your tongue wards off fever dreams. You try that too. It just makes you drool on your pillow. One odd remedy that does gain traction: vinegar-soaked cabbage leaves wrapped around the temples. It stinks. It drips. But for 5 glorious minutes it feels effective. You even wear them during a conversation with the blacksmith. He doesn't bat an eye. He's wearing them too. There's something almost charming about the way everyone leans into it. This mass agreement that yes, the heat has broken us, and yes, we will look absurd to survive it. Fringe theories begin to swirl. One woman insists that placing a clay pot full of frogs near the bed absorbs excess fire energy. Another swears that rubbing your feet with lard and parsley prevents brain melt. Neither work, but both are tested with scholarly seriousness. Meanwhile, the priest gives a sermon about the purifying fire of divine trial. No one listens. Half the congregation is fanning themselves with hymnals, and the other half is asleep. You retreat to your usual rooftop refuge that night, but something's different. There's a heaviness in the air, like the sky itself is tired. You lie flat and press a damp cloth over your chest, just to remind your body it's allowed to cool. You think about bloodletting. You think about the hot, dizzy panic of the morning and the calm that came only after lying down, breathing slow, letting your mind drift. Maybe that's what people are really after when they bleed an enforced pause, a forced stillness, a moment where the heat doesn't win. You decide you prefer cabbage leaves. The stars blur slightly, and your last thought before sleep is this: if someone ever suggests lard parsley foot rubs again, you might just say yes. At this point, dignity is a luxury. Sanity, optional. Survival, that's still the goal. You're jolted awake by shouting. It's early, barely light, and the sky already looks like old parchment soaked in tea. Below your rooftop perch, the villagers have gathered in the square, shouting, chanting arms, waving in sharp, angry arcs. You crawl to the edge, peering down through sleepy eyes. The baker is there, so is the blacksmith. The miller's wife clutches a protest sign scrawled with charcoal on the back of a flour sack: "No more sun taxes." Wait. What you scrambled down curiosity stronger than your better judgment. Turns out the Lord Steward made the mistake of delivering the seasonal grain levy during the worst heat wave in living memory. Bad move. People are fed up, tired, red-faced, and not just from the sun. The steward stands behind 2 guards wilting in his velvet like old lettuce. He reads from a scroll about obligations quotas and divine order, but nobody's listening. A rooster crows once and drops dead. The symbolism is lost on no one. Welcome to your first taste of medieval climate protest. Historians still argue whether such rebellions were truly about weather or just opportunistic flare-ups during unstable summers. But there's plenty of evidence that when the sun scorched too long and crops failed too often, peasants took matters into their own very sweaty hands, and not always peacefully. You push your way through the crowd. A woman is shouting about dried-up wells. A man beside her yells about losing 3 goats to heat stroke. Someone else claims the Lord is hoarding ice. He's not. But the image is hilarious, a smug noble lounging in a frozen pudding chamber. The steward tries to calm everyone. He offers to delay collection by 1 week. The crowd groans. You spot a cabbage flying through the air. It misses. Barely. You start to see it clearly now. The heat isn't just burning skin and boiling brains, it's burning patience. People who spent years grumbling behind closed doors, are now shouting in the square. Not because they think it'll fix anything, but because the heat has stripped away the layers. And underneath all that politeness, anger. Tired, blistered, righteous anger. One of the older villagers begins telling a story, half folklore, half memory, about a summer so hot the church bell cracked. People gathered in protest, refused to pay their tithes, and blocked the road with barrels of spoiled cider. No one remembers what year it was. Everyone agrees it was glorious. You ask if it worked. Not really, someone mutters, but it felt good. A friar arrives sweating through his robe and starts preaching about obedience and eternal reward. Someone hands him a bowl of milk frost to shut him up. It works. Then something surprising happens. People sit. One by one, they just sit. In the square. In the dust. On the steps. They don't riot, don't march, don't throw things. Though a child launches one last cabbage out of sheer principle. They sit quietly, arms crossed, glaring up at the steward like sunburnt statues. It's not rebellion. It's exasperation. You sit too. It's not about winning. It's about not sweating alone. A few hours pass. The steward disappears, muttering about writing to the Lord. No one moves. Eventually, someone starts passing around bread crusts and warm cider. You chew. You sip. You survive. And you talk. About how the crops have wilted. How the shade trees are dying. How even the river has turned sluggish and brown. About how the goats pant like dogs and the bees have vanished. About how everyone knows this isn't normal, but no one wants to admit it. So you say it. This isn't normal. A few heads nod. Then more. You tell them what you heard at the Abbey monks recording 3 straight summers of drought. You tell them what the traveling jugglers said, that heat is changing the land across the whole continent. That even in the icy north, the lakes are shrinking. A hush falls. Not fear, just recognition. Someone suggests organizing a cooling day. Everyone stays home. No work, no taxes, just rest. Not exactly a strike. More like collective survival. You all agree. Not because it'll solve anything, but because solidarity might be the only shade left. Later, when the sun reaches its cruelest point, you retreat to the well and soak your scarf. A child tugs your sleeve. Are we going to fight them? You shake your head. We're going to outlast them, because the heat isn't going away. Not tomorrow. Maybe not next year. But people are clever and very, very stubborn. That evening you hear new verses being sung in the tavern. A protest song of sorts. Something about sweating out the taxes and drinking rain clouds. It's not a hit yet. But the chorus is catchy. You hum it as you climb back onto the rooftop, your fingers tracing the cooled clay, your heart a little less heavy. Because for the first time, it doesn't feel like you're sweating alone. You stare at your garden like it personally betrayed you. The barley is drooping. The peas are curling in on themselves, like sad little commas, and the onions have simply vanished. Not stolen, not eaten, just given up. You can't blame them. If you were a root vegetable, you'd do the same. The ground is too dry to dig, too hot to kneel on. The soil crumbles into dust when you poke at more ash than earth. And above the sun hangs there, like it's trying to set a new personal best for cruelty. You pour the last of your cooking water around the parsnips. They don't respond. Tending crops in a heat wave. It's an act of optimism, or madness, or both. Historians confirm that periods of prolonged drought in the Middle Ages led to recurring crop failures, food shortages, and the infamous lean summers, that could stretch for entire seasons. Entire villages pivoted from full harvests to foraging, preserving what little grew nettles, acorns, wild herbs, and praying for clouds like they were kings. You're not quite there yet, but close. You make your way to the small field behind the blacksmith shed. A few others are already there, standing over their plots like mourners at a wake. Someone mutters that the moon was in the wrong phase when the peas were planted. Another swears the heat isn't natural, that it's a punishment for stealing apples from the priest's tree. You roll your eyes gently, but the superstitions are hard to argue with when nothing else works. There's a woman down the path who claims to plant only when the moon is swelling. She's the only one with visible cucumbers. You stare at them like forbidden fruit. She just shrugs. Lunar rhythm, she says, tapping her temple. You nod as if that explains anything. Fringe agricultural beliefs are thriving in this weather. Planting by starlight, singing to the roots, painting pebbles red, and hiding them under the soil to fool the sun. It's part desperation, part tradition, and maybe part secret hope that somewhere out there the right ritual exists. You try one yourself. You hum an old harvest song while watering a single turnip sprout. It sounds ridiculous, but the sprout twitches. You swear it does. One man experiments with shading his cabbage patch using an old sailcloth. Another tries watering with cooled porridge water. You hear someone talking about urine composting, and suddenly the sailcloth idea seems downright elegant. Historians still debate whether medieval farmers were as rigid as textbooks claim. Most likely, they were experimental, out of necessity, constantly adapting methods, testing folk theories, and occasionally reinventing the wheel because the wheel caught fire in the sun. You start a journal, not of emotions of dirt. Day 1, peas drooped, crows mocked. Day 3, tried bone dust, plants indifferent. Day 5, found worm, promising. It becomes a ritual. You scratch notes in charcoal on bark, tucking them under stones to preserve them from dew, if dew ever returns. You share findings with neighbors. You form a club, the Society of Sunburnt Planters. There are 3 of you. You vote on a mascot. It's the worm. And then, a miracle. Well, a small one. A few days later, one of your cabbages shows new leaves. You nearly cry. Not because it'll feed you. One cabbage won't fix anything. But it lived in this. You name it Bernard. Everyone visits Bernard. He becomes a symbol, a beacon, a sweaty leafy prophet. Even the moon gardener nods with respect. You go back to your field with renewed determination. You don't dig so deep now the roots can't handle it. You water early with shade. You whisper encouragements and sing badly, and use Bernard's composted trimmings as fertilizer. You try everything because nothing else is working, and somehow that becomes its own comfort. One boy tries planting beans in an old shoe for shade. Another fills clay pots with water and buries them beside the roots to slowly drip moisture. Someone even strings up fish scales to attract cooling spirits. It doesn't help, but it sparkles, and that makes you feel 5% better. You still lose most of your garden, but not all. At night, you sit with the others near the cooling cabbages, passing a jar of carrot wine and taking turns naming your surviving plants. There's Lady Lettuce Parsley the Brave and Sir Wilt-a-lot. A younger girl whispers that she saw one sprout bloom after she whispered a secret into the soil. You try it. You whisper your favorite memory of winter, your fingers in snow breath, fogging the way soup steamed from the bowl. The plant doesn't bloom, but you feel cooler. By week's end, the council agrees to stop collecting crop taxes until the next rainfall. Not out of kindness, just math. There's nothing left to collect. But it feels like a victory anyway. You glance over at Bernard. He's holding on, just like you. You hear the story long before you believe it. Down in the valley, past the old mill and the burnt-out grove, a lake has gone bad. Not dried up bad. The fish are dying, floating, boiling, some say. Cooked by the sun, their bellies upturned, like tiny white flags of surrender. You laugh when you hear it. Boiling fish. What next, fire-breathing frogs? But then you go. You follow the dusty path past wilted hedgerows, where even the bees buzz with less confidence. A few other villagers have the same idea, skeptics like you, who need to see. You crest the last hill, expecting exaggeration, gossip, perhaps a few dead trout choked on algae. And then you smell it. The air is sour, sharp, like broth that's gone off. The lake itself is still there barely, but shrunken, shallow, shimmering with something more than light. A strange haze clings to it like steam. You walk to the edge, hand over your nose, and there they are. Fish. Dozens. Some bloated, some half-sunk. Some crisp at the edges like overcooked pancakes. The water bubbles in places not full-on boiling, but disturbingly close. You dip your fingers. It's warm. Not bath warm. Not soup warm. Wrong warm. A man nearby shakes his head. This lake's fed by springs. It should be cold, even in August. He spits into the dust. Hell's moving closer. Historians have recorded similar accounts, rare but real, of fish kills during extreme heat waves in the Middle Ages. Shallow lakes lost oxygen, algae bloomed, water temperatures spiked unnaturally, and people lacking thermometers or science textbooks turned to what they did understand: signs, warnings, punishments. A friar steps forward, hands lifted to the sky. This is no accident, he announces. It's divine judgment. For our sins, our arrogance, our... He looks around for something damning. Our rooftop sleeping. You resist the urge to roll your eyes. Barely. The crowd stirs. Some nod solemnly. Others back away from the lake as if it might start talking. One woman falls to her knees and whispers a prayer to Saint Florian, patron of floods. Irony alert. You meanwhile crouch by the shoreline and study the dead fish. Their eyes are cloudy, their gills burnt red. You're not an expert, but you've seen enough soup pots to recognize thermal damage. Still, no one listens to science during a crisis. They listen to stories. So the stories bloom. One man swears he saw steam rising from the lake before the fish died. Another claims it happened at midnight during a full moon, and a raven landed on the water just beforehand. A child insists she heard the fish scream. You collect a few of the less spoiled ones, wrap them in damp cloth, and carry them home. You clean them slowly, carefully, hoping to find something, anything that explains it. You find nothing, except that they smell cooked. The next day, the priest declares a week of prayer and fasting to cleanse our souls and cool the water. He says it with the same tone he uses to bless cider, which doesn't help the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, the rumors explode. One popular theory, the fish were possessed. Another, the lake was cursed by a jilted herbalist after her lover bathed there with someone else. You don't even ask what he was doing bathing in this weather. But the theory that sticks the sun is angry. People begin tying white cloths to their doorposts, hoping to signal peace. Children draw water on stones with charcoal, symbolic rain. You see someone throw salt over their shoulder at the lake's edge. It's not a superstition you recognize, but you add a pinch yourself, just in case. Fringe ideas rise faster than the heat. Someone says you must whisper near the lake now, or it gets hotter. A boy starts selling cooling charms, just smooth stones he's licked and wrapped in ribbon. You buy too. Historians, in their dry, distant language, say that events like this reveal the human need for meaning in chaos. But that's not what it feels like down here. It feels like survival, like grasping for a rope in a flood of heat and uncertainty. You attend the lakeside vigil. It's oddly beautiful. Candles float on reed mats. Songs echo across the shrinking water. Someone plays a bone flute. For a moment, the lake seems peaceful again. And then, fittingly, a fish floats to the surface right in front of the priest. Silence. Then someone chuckles. Then two. Then the whole crowd erupts in laughter. Not because it's funny, because it's too much. Boiling fish, fasting rooftop heresies. At some point, all you can do is laugh. You walk home under a sky that still refuses to rain. Later you dream of the lake. Only it's made of glass. Underneath the fish are fine swimming leaping whole. But you can't reach them. Every time you touch the surface, it cracks and the heat pours through. You wake sweating, naturally. But the lake's still out there, still hot, still changing, just like everything else. By now, you've started looking at buildings the way you used to look at trees, not with admiration or awe, but with calculation. Shade, airflow, cool surfaces. You pass a chapel and mutter too much south-facing stone. You eye a pigsty and think nice roof pitch. The heat has turned you into an amateur architect, a desperate, sweaty one. Because if the sun won't let up, your only hope is shelter that outsmarts it. Your home, bless its splintery little heart, was not built with heat in mind. Wattle and daub might insulate in the cold, but in summer it holds warmth like gossip in a small village. Thatched roofs radiate like slow baking pies. Tiny windows trap air. You've started sleeping closer and closer to the floor, convinced that the higher you go, the closer you get to boiling. So you begin experimenting. First, you move your sleeping mat into the pantry. No direct sunlight, and it smells like stale onions. Not ideal, but cooler. Next, you hang damp cloths over the doorway, an old merchant's trick said to invite the breeze. Your neighbor calls it witchcraft. You call it better than fainting. And then finally, you visit the abbey. Not for prayer, though that's the official reason. No, you go to study the architecture. And it's cool. Literally. The stone walls are thick and pale, reflecting heat rather than absorbing it. The arched windows are narrow but aligned for maximum air movement. Barrel-vaulted ceilings funnel hot air up away from the body. You walk into the nave and immediately feel your skin sigh. Historians agree that many medieval churches and monasteries, particularly those in warmer climates, were cleverly designed to regulate temperature. Romanesque structures with thick walls and limited fenestration stayed much cooler than smaller domestic buildings. It wasn't accidental, it was necessity ritual, and perhaps divine common sense. You take notes. Well, mental notes. You don't have parchment to spare, but your brain starts rearranging your house like a puzzle. Could you hang a sailcloth above your bed to mimic those vaults? Could you stack clay jars in a shaded corner to create a passive cooling draft? You return home energized, obsessed. You enlist your cousin and a goat. The goat is not helpful. The cousin is skeptical. Together, you drape old linen over the interior rafters, creating a sloped tent under the ceiling. You prop open both front and back doors, directing wind, what little there is, through your home, like it's a royal procession. You move all sleeping and eating into the north-facing room, which you christen the cool chamber, with a piece of mint soaked in vinegar. It works a little. The house no longer feels like a baking kiln, more like a sun-warmed crypt. Progress. Your cousin, inspired by your madness, digs a pit just outside the house and lines it with flat stones, calling it the cold seat. At night, you take turns sitting in it, legs in the dirt, heads tilted toward the stars. It's ridiculous. It's perfect. Fringe lore pops up to meet your new obsession. Someone tells you about wind jars, clay pots filled with damp sand, left near doorways to cool the breeze. Someone else swears that hanging garlic in the rafters keeps hot air from sinking. You test both. The jars help. The garlic just makes your house smell like a vampire's pantry. The baker down the lane starts sleeping in his cellar. He invites you down one afternoon to show off. It's not a proper root cellar, just a shallow dugout room with shelves of flour, but it's at least 10 degrees cooler. You both lie on the floor like limp noodles, discussing wall insulation strategies and whether it's morally acceptable to bribe the priest for access to the abbey crypt. The priest says no. You try anyway. You begin holding cooling councils, impromptu neighborhood meetings under the fig tree to swap tips on surviving. One woman brings a sketch of a shaded porch made from discarded shutters. Another describes how she's painting her rooftop with diluted whitewash to reflect the sun. It drips at flakes, but she swears it works. Someone finally says it. We should just build differently. The words hang there. Not just adapt, change. Why are all the houses built the same? Why no inner courtyards? No open-air kitchens? No rooftop, sleeping platforms built for purpose? Why not build for wind, for shade, for survival instead of tradition? Historians might label this period as pre-modern, but to you, it feels more like pre-sensible. That evening, you pass by the miller's house and stop short. He's built something, a makeshift pavilion in his garden. Cloth roof, open sides, a shallow ditch dug around it to collect cool night air. Inside, his family sits in a circle, eating cold stew and fanning each other lazily. They look comfortable. You step inside. You sit. You sigh. It's not just about surviving anymore. It's about living better in spite of the heat. It's about reclaiming comfort as something you deserve, not just something you hope for. And that night, when you crawl into your linen-draped room, you smile. Because maybe, just maybe, you're building something that lasts longer than the heat. The chapel is packed not because of a feast day or a sermon worth waking up for, but because someone's brought a relic, a saint's rib bone carried all the way from the coast in a velvet-lined box. Rumor has it, it lowers fevers just by being near it. Or maybe it just smells like lavender. Either way, you're here sweating through your second-best tunic and eyeing the line that snakes around the nave. You're not the only one desperate. People are fanning themselves with prayer books. Children are asleep on the stone floor. Someone brought a jar of spoiled milk as an offering. The priest steps up to announce that this is the sacred rib of Saint Avita, patron of healing, and those afflicted by burning, which could mean fever, could mean brimstone. You choose to take it literally. He sets the relic on the altar. The crowd exhales like a single exhausted beast. You inch closer, curious, not exactly faithful, but curious. The air does feel different near the altar. cooler, no, but calmer, like the heat can't quite bite through the silence. You stand there, eyes fixed on the tiny bone fragment, barely the length of your finger, encased in a glass box set into silver. It catches the light and scatters it like stars. A man beside you whispers, "I dreamed of her. She gave me a fig." You nod solemnly. He seems sincere. Historians note that relics during the Middle Ages weren't just holy objects, they were medicine. People traveled miles to visit the bones of saints, believing them to cure anything from boils to blindness. During periods of intense heat and illness, relics were carried through the streets, displayed on altars, even lowered into wells to bless the water. It wasn't just about belief. It was about action, about feeling like you were doing something, about facing an invisible, suffocating enemy, the sun, the sickness, the silence, and saying, "I see you. I am not helpless." The priest begins a litany. You mouth the words, not entirely sure what you're saying, but letting the rhythm carry you. A woman beside you cries softly. The rib bone does nothing obvious. No flashes of light, no divine breezes. But still, everyone stays. Some fall asleep in the pews, heads drooping like scorched tulips. Others stay kneeling long after their legs must have gone numb. A child tries to lick the glass case. He's gently redirected. After an hour, you leave. Outside, the heat hits like a slap. You squint up at the white sky and immediately regret it. Your feet ache. Your skin buzzes. But your mind is quiet. Quieter than it's been in days. You wonder why. The saints didn't live through this heat, not like you do. Most of them were too busy being martyred or fasting themselves into ecstatic visions. And yet, there's comfort in knowing that someone suffered enough to be remembered. That maybe your suffering has meaning too. One fringe legend says that in the holy city of Tours, a local relic, the finger of Saint Emerentia, once turned cold during a plague, and they used it to chill a baby with fever. No one can confirm this. The finger is long gone. But the story lingers. You start collecting your own relics, not bones, rocks. You pick one each day, smooth and palm-sized from the coolest spot you can find. You line them up by your sleeping mat and press your forehead to them at night. You name them Saint Shady Blessed Pebble of the North Wall, Our Lady of the Riverbank. It's silly. It's perfect. Soon others join in. Your neighbor has a healing spoon she cools in the well each morning and touches to her temple before breakfast. Another swears by a strip of wool that once belonged to her uncle's tunic. It never gets hot, she says. She wears it like a bracelet. There's even talk of turning the chapel into a cooling sanctuary. People rotate in and out during the hottest hours, taking turns lying on the stone floor in silence. The priest, initially grumpy about the lack of piety, is eventually bribed with fresh cucumbers and a promise to donate all leftover milk frost. It becomes your ritual. You rise at dawn, wash in the shade, place your relic in your sash, and walk to the chapel. You sit quietly. Sometimes you pray. Sometimes you nap. Sometimes you just exist with others, without judgment. And maybe that's the miracle. Not that the rib bone glows or heals, but that it gathers, pulls you all together, a sweaty, slightly dazed collection of people just trying to breathe. One evening, as you sit outside the chapel steps, someone starts humming a tune. It's not religious, just a lullaby. Others join in. The sound rises lazy and low like a warm breeze made of song. You lean back, eyes closed, relic stone in hand. The world is still unbearably hot. But tonight it doesn't feel quite so lonely. It starts with the beer. You take a sip, and immediately spit it out. Not because it's gone bad, though that would be expected in this heat, but because it's hot. Not warm. Not tepid. Hot. Like someone boiled it with a candle and dared you to enjoy it. You glance at the brewer, who's just as appalled. He mutters something under his breath and plunges his arm into the fermentation barrel. A moment later, he yanks it back, scalded. The yeast's revolting, he says. You blink. I mean, it's staging a rebellion. And that's how you find out that in the depths of medieval summer, not even beer can be trusted. Brewing in the Middle Ages was an art and a gamble. The right temperature, the right timing, the right yeast, and you got something safe to drink, even nourishing. But too much heat, that turned the ale sour, the yeast sluggish, or berserk, and the barrels into bubbling messes that smelled like sweaty bread dough left to die in the sun. Historians have recorded entire towns forced to dump spoiled batches into rivers during long, hot spells. And beer wasn't just a luxury, it was safer than most water. Losing it meant more than thirst. It meant vulnerability. You watch as the brewer soaked in sweat, and shame tries to salvage what he can. He stirs slowly, fans the mash with a lid, mutters a prayer to St. Arnold, patron of brewers. It's not helping. Maybe if we brew at night, he says. And just like that, you're on the night shift. You and 5 others, 2 volunteers, 3 roped in by guilt and promise of free cider, meet at the edge of dusk, just as the sun begins to bleed into the trees. Brewing by moonlight feels romantic for about 7 minutes. Then the bugs arrive. Still it works. Sort of. The temperature drops enough that the yeast behaves. You manage one small batch without it exploding or turning to vinegar. You call it moon brew. It tastes like desperation and barley, but it's better than hot beers. Not far from the brewery, the bakers are having their own crisis. The dough is rising too fast. Not in a good way. It puffs into lopsided blisters, collapses mid-bake burns on the bottom while staying raw on top. One loaf looks like it's been insulted and slumped in response. You find the master baker sitting outside his shop, hands dusted in flour eyes, wild. It's too hot to knead, he whispers. The flour clings like a curse. He's not wrong. You try to help mixing placing loaves near the oven, but the oven doesn't need to be lit. The sun does the job. The air inside the bakery is thick and yeasty. You start hallucinating about swimming in butter. You leave before you scream. One apprentice suggests baking underground. Another tries sun-drying bread on flat stones. The results are crunchy. You chew one loaf for 15 minutes and feel every mistake in your teeth. Fringe ideas bloom as always. A man swears by singing to his dough. Another says the yeast understands fear and must be coaxed with compliments. One woman starts kneading in a cave outside the village. Her loaves are still dense, but at least they aren't hostile. You begin eating less bread, more fruit if you can find it. The figs are shriveled, the apples bitter, the cider's running low. You steal a slice of goat cheese and don't even apologize. Meanwhile, the brewer's frustration becomes poetic. They say the sun brings life, he mutters, wiping sweat from his brow. Then why's everything rotting? You pat his shoulder. At least the cider's still cold. It isn't really. But he smiles anyway, and so the brewing shifts into nocturnal ritual. Fires are lit at dusk, kettles stirred by lamplight barrels, cooled in shallow cellars lined with stone and damp cloth. You rotate stirring duties with the miller's apprentice and the woman who talks to yeast. It becomes oddly meditative, this nighttime bubbling, this careful monitoring of what used to be instinct. The townsfolk start calling it the moon batch. They bring jugs, sit in a lazy circle, pass around mugs that steam less than they used to. Someone starts singing. Someone else snores. The stars blink overhead like they're watching and maybe judging your brewing technique. Historians still argue whether any of this innovation came from desperation or ingenuity, whether night brewing was practical or simply reactionary. But here now, with your sleeves soaked in barley water and your lungs filled with yeast-scented air, it feels like survival reinvented. You share a mug with the baker. His latest loaf is flat but edible. He says he's working on a new style sunbread, half-dried, half-baked, all guesswork. You nod. You offer him some moon brew. He coughs, winces, then says, "It's not awful." High praise. The next morning, you wake before sunrise, stomach full of strange bread and lukewarm beer. Your hands smell like fermentation. Your head is light. You didn't cool the world. You didn't save the yeast, but you adapted. And maybe that's the only miracle left. You hear the music first, faint off-tempo and oddly persistent. Then you see them. Down in the market square, a cluster of people are moving, not walking, not running, but dancing, spinning in circles, twisting their limbs. Some in rhythm, some not even close. A child claps out a beat with a spoon and a shoe. A goat is bleeding in time. You blink twice. No, it's real. And nobody is smiling. You inch closer, wary. It's midday, and the sun is already high. But these dancers are in full motion, sweating, shouting, some laughing manically, others weeping openly. One man's tunic is drenched. A girl's feet are bleeding. Still they dance. Another plague of dancers, someone mutters next to you. Just like last summer. You squint. Another. They nod solemnly. Third one since the drought began. Some say it's heat madness. Others say it's punishment. Of course they do. Historians are still debating the cause of these so-called dancing plagues, mysterious outbreaks of mass dancing that cropped up during the Middle Ages, most famously in Strasbourg in 1518, though smaller episodes likely occurred earlier and elsewhere. The cause remains unclear. Was it psychological, spiritual, environmental, a reaction to stress, ergot poisoning? The medieval mind called it chorea sancti viti, Saint Vitus's dance. But standing here in the heat, watching the villagers twist and turn and collapse from exhaustion only to get up again, it feels like something more basic. Like a pot boiling over. The sun hasn't broken the land, it's breaking the people. One man, eyes wide, twirls as if possessed. His foot catches on a stone, and he falls hard, cracking his chin. You rush forward, but he's already crawling back to his feet, laughing through bloodied lips. "The fire's in my bones," he says, then spins again. You do not want that kind of fire. The priest shows up, rosary in hand, and immediately begins shouting prayers. He sprinkles water, lukewarm of course. Someone yells that only cool, holy water works. Another insists the dancers must be blessed by moonlight barefoot while reciting the psalms backward. Fringe rituals bloom like mildew in a cellar. A group of monks from the abbey arrive with a plan. They've dealt with this before. They say, "You're not convinced." Their solution: more music. Apparently the only way out is through. And so they hire minstrels. Before long, there's a lyre player, 2 drummers, and an old man whistling a tune with 3 missing teeth. The beat strengthens. The dancers match it. Some start to slow. Others start to weep. The movement becomes ritual, rhythmic. Not chaotic now, just controlled delirium. You watch from the shade of a doorway, flanked by 2 other observers. One is fanning herself with a cabbage leaf. The other is taking notes on a scrap of parchment. For future remedies, he says, in case this becomes tradition. You raise an eyebrow. He nods. You'd be surprised how many things started as mass hysteria and ended as annual festivals. Fair point. The dancing continues for hours. People drop out one by one. Some collapse and sleep in the dust. Others stagger home with the help of friends. A few keep going unstoppable. By nightfall, only 5 remain, and 1 goat, still bleeding in rhythm. No one knows exactly why it started. A rumor about cursed shoes, a saint's forgotten feast day, or maybe just the heat, relentless, invisible, pushing bodies past their limit. Some say it's a warning. Others call it an exorcism in motion. But to you, it looks like grief with nowhere to go. Later at the tavern, someone raises a mug to the survivors of the Great Jig. People laugh nervously. Someone suggests building a shaded dance circle to contain the next outbreak. You quietly start sketching ideas on a table with a stick of charcoal. You can't help but wonder what happens if the dancing doesn't stop next time. You've heard whispers of dancers in other towns who kept going for days, weeks, of entire families moving until they dropped, of musicians forced to play until their fingers blistered. Saint Vitus, someone mutters again, like the name itself might be contagious. Before bed, you sit with the last dancer. She's wrapped in damp cloth, now sipping cooled cider through cracked lips. She doesn't speak at first, just stares. Then softly, I wasn't dancing. I was shaking the sun out of me. You nod. And maybe that's what it is. Not madness, not magic, just motion, an instinct. When the heat becomes unbearable and your thoughts won't cool and the ground itself feels hostile, maybe your body decides to fight back, to flail, to purge. You offer her your cabbage fan. She smiles. The next morning, the square is quiet again. Dusty, normal. But a pair of worn shoes lies abandoned on the fountain's edge. No one touches them. You walk out to the fields just after dawn and smell it before you see it. The earth is sour. Not just dry or dusty sour, like roots rotting underground, like life unraveling at the seams. The sun isn't even high yet, but already the heat has a presence, like something perched on your shoulders, watching, waiting. And then you see them. 2 shallow graves dug under the crooked shade of an old olive tree, one covered, one still open, a bundle nearby wrapped in cloth, small, too small. You stop walking. This is what the heat takes when it stops being poetic. It's not always drought and dizziness and boiled fish. Sometimes it's a quiet child, a weak grandfather, a mother who couldn't sweat enough to stay alive. Heat is not loud. It doesn't crash through your door. It just leans on you until you stop moving. A nearby woman, face-blank voice, careful nods at you. We buried 3 this week. Old John, Greta's baby, and someone else. She doesn't name the last one. You don't ask. Historians don't always note the heat casualties. They show up in records as wasting fever collapse or, more ominously, the weakening. When you read between the lines, patterns of deaths, during long summers, sudden surges in shallow graves, you see the truth. Summer didn't just challenge people. It killed them. You helped dig. Because it's what people do. One more spade of dry earth. One more heave of dust that doesn't even try to settle. Someone brings a jug of cider. It's lukewarm. You pass it around anyway. The priest shows up, swaying slightly in his robes, clutching his prayer book like a paddle in a flood. His voice is hoarse. No sermon today. Just a few words, a sprinkle of water, a cross drawn in the air. He doesn't cry. He's probably too dry to manage it. You watch the cloth, bundle lowered in. You don't pray. You don't speak. You just stand there, hand on the shovel, the heat pressing in from all sides. There's no wind. The world holds its breath. After the burial, people wander back to the village like ghosts. Silent, slow, brittle. You stay behind, not to grieve. There's no time for that, but to think. About how many more. About who might be next. About how a death in winter feels sharp and sudden, like falling through ice, but death in summer feels like surrender. Like melting. Like the body simply giving up. You find your way back home by following the sound of a baby crying. It's one of the lucky ones, a live fussy damp from a cool cloth. Its mother fans him with both hands, whispering lullabies through cracked lips. You give her your last bit of mint water. She nods, and for a second, her face breaks into something like a smile. People talk less now, save their strength. Most communication happens in glances, shrugs, the occasional raised eyebrow. Even the gossips have run out of scandal. But the air is full of quiet rituals. Someone leaves a sprig of rosemary on each doorstep to keep the death away. A man marks his gate with ash, not for fire, but for memory. Children draw spirals in the dirt with sticks, not knowing why. It just feels right. You start sleeping with your door open. If you don't wake up, you want the wind to find you first. One fringe theory says that certain trees can mourn, that when too many people die, the roots taste it and the bark goes brittle. You test this on the olive tree. You press your ear to it. You swear you hear creaking like the sound of breath caught in the throat. You whisper, "Thank you anyway." That night, a breeze finally stirs. Not much, just enough to lift a few strands of your hair, to make your lantern flame flicker. You sit on the roof legs folded looking out over the village. Tiny lights glimmer here and there, candles, hearth's reflections in still water, and one by one you see them, little gestures of life. Someone laughing just once, but loud. A girl washing her feet in a bucket and sighing with exaggerated drama. A boy chasing a moth with a stick. No one is pretending this isn't hard, but no one is quitting either. You think of the graves, and then you think of the woman with the baby, the rosemary, the quiet lullabies that defy the sun. You lie back, arms folded beneath your head, and say a prayer, not to a saint, not to a relic, not even to the sky. Just a wish. Let tomorrow be gentler. You wake up to birdsong. Real birdsong, not a single desperate crow or an angry goose, but the gentle trilling kind you haven't heard in weeks. For a moment, you think you're dreaming. Then the breeze touches your face. Cool, real, unmistakable. You sit up slowly. The world is different. The sun is still out, sure. The sky still pale with heat. But the edge is gone. The relentless pressure. The sensation of being slowly pressed between heaven and earth, like some poor herb in a monk's apothecary book. You stand barefoot on the rooftop and look out. The trees no longer hang like tired cloth. The well has a new line of visitors, not desperate, just routine. A woman walks by, carrying a jug of water on her head, and she's humming. You smile. You made it. Surviving a medieval heat wave wasn't a single act. It was thousands of little ones, slipping into shade, fanning your neighbor, wrapping your feet in wet cloth, naming your cabbage, whispering to rocks, sleeping on rooftops with a sash tied around your waist so you didn't fall. No moment was triumphant. No one yelled, "We did it." There was no end date circled in red on a calendar. The heat didn't leave so much as loosen its grip. But here you are. In the square, people are moving with purpose again. Slower than spring, faster than last week. Someone's sweeping with real enthusiasm. Someone else is setting up a makeshift stall of parasols. They're just wicker lids tied to sticks. Brilliant. The baker pulls a tray of bread from the oven, this time willingly. The smell is divine. You inhale deeply and feel something in your chest unclench. Even the priest looks less wilted. You find your cousin building a small wooden frame near the fig tree. Shade tent, he says, just in case it comes back. Smart man. Everyone's doing it now, planning, adapting. Not out of panic, but out of memory. Because once you've lived through the heat, truly lived through it, you don't forget. You prepare. You teach your children how to read the sky. You make shade part of your architecture. You leave jugs buried in the earth. You talk to your plants. You leave offerings by the well, not out of superstition, but gratitude. You think of all the things that got you through the fan made of willow reeds, the moon-brewed beer, the cabbage leaf headdresses, the blessed silence of the abbey's stone floor, the girl who whispered her secrets to the soil, Bernard the cabbage, and above all the others, because this wasn't survival in solitude. It was shared, communal, a chain of small, ridiculous, beautiful decisions made by tired people who chose again and again not to stop. That evening, you gather with the rest of the village under the newly built shade tent. Someone brings out a lute. Someone else slices sun-dried figs and passes around a flask of cider that isn't warm for once. The laughter is softer, a little cracked around the edges, but real. The stars come out. A child points at the sky and asks if heat has stars too. You say yes, of course. They burn quietly, inside us. You lie on your back, arms folded behind your head. The roof tile is cool beneath you. Someone hands you a piece of cold bread and a sprig of mint. And just before sleep finds you, someone whispers, "We did it." You don't reply. You just smile. Because yes, you did. The air tonight feels slower, softer, like it's finally learned how to be gentle again. Each breeze that brushes your face is no longer a threat. It's a promise that the worst is behind you, that your body can exhale now without flinching. You close your eyes and let the weight slip away. Let go of the heaviness that clung to your shoulders, the anxious glances at a sky that refused to weep. Let go of the cracked lips, the dizzy spells, the strange dance between desperation and ingenuity. Let go of the silence you shared with the earth, with those buried before their time. Instead, lean into the memory of shade, of a wet cloth against your forehead, the laughter on a rooftop, the gentle rhythmic creak of a fan swinging back and forth, the sweet cold bite of a snow treat shared with someone who understood. You did not beat the heat, but you endured it. That is its own kind of victory. So now just rest. Let your breathing slow. Let your limbs go soft. Let the night cradle you the way the earth could not. Let the stars blink down, ancient and indifferent, and let their distance remind you how close you are to safety, to stillness, to sleep. The heat may return. The hardships may find new names. But tonight you are cool. You are quiet. You are held. We step onto a battlefield where every breath is borrowed. Time and every movement feels like wading through molasses in a metal coffin. You blink, the sun's already too bright. You try to move, but your legs are weighted with something heavy, an awkward armor, apparently. You don't remember putting it on. You don't remember signing up for any of this. All around you, shouts clanging horses, screaming men yelling in languages you only half recognize. The air smells like iron and dung and fear. It's loud. So loud. And already you're wondering if your heart can take this. Welcome to the medieval battlefield. You're here, and it's very real. Unfortunately, you probably won't survive this. You wake up standing, which is surprising, given that your legs don't seem to work right. The grass under your boots is already churned to sludge. People are screaming something in Old French, which you don't speak. You blink again. Someone's pushing a spear into your hand. It's long heavier than you imagined, and you're suddenly very aware that the leather straps on your chest are too tight. Your armor creaks. Mail shirt may be 15 kilos if it's a full hauberk. Add in the padding underneath the iron helmet, clamping your head like a steel jaw, and the unfamiliar weight dragging at your shoulders. This isn't cosplay. This is the real thing. You're sweating before the first sword is drawn. To your left, a guy coughs spits and casually adjusts a shield with 3 fingers missing. He's got a 1,000-yard stare and a face that says he's seen this all before. He doesn't seem to care whether you live or die. Honestly, you get it. A trumpet blasts. It's the signal. Time to move. You don't move. Your feet are glued, you're breathing shallow. The line surges forward, and you're still frozen like a deer that accidentally wandered into a particularly bloody rugby match. The sound of boots on earth hooves on mud weapons, scraping shields, it's a storm, and you are the twig. And now people are running, charging. The enemy, whoever they are, rushes forward with spears, lowered and shields high. It's like watching a tidal wave of iron and rage. You try to lift your spear. Your arms don't cooperate. You try to step back, someone shoves you forward. This is the moment. This is when you realize how completely out of your depth you are. All the documentaries, games, and movies in the world did not prepare you for this. That sword, it's real. That shouting, it's coming for you. And that guy with the spiked mace, he is very specifically not interested in sparing your life. A few feet away, someone screams. Not a heroic battle cry, more like an "I just got impaled" kind of scream. It's gurgling, wet. Welcome to second 1. By second 4, your legs finally respond. You take a step and immediately slip. The ground is slick with mud blood, and who knows what else. You go down hard. Your helmet cracks against something, and for a second, you taste pennies. Vision narrows. Tunnel vision, your brain whispers calmly. Classic panic, but also dangerously close to blacking out. Around second 10, someone yanks you up. It's the same guy with the mangled hand. He mutters something that might be an insult or advice. Either way, you nod, like you understand. 15 seconds and a horse barrels past, and for a moment you think it's going to trample you. It doesn't. But the man next to you isn't so lucky. The sound is like snapping celery wrapped in chainmail. You've now seen your first death up close. It's messier than movies ever show. 20 seconds. You finally manage to raise your spear. It trembles like a leaf in the wind. A teenager, he looks like a teenager, rushes at you with a short sword. He's screaming more out of terror than confidence. You flinch. He flinches. You both swing and miss. He keeps going. You stare, panting. You're shaking so hard, you almost drop the spear. At 23 seconds, you hear your name, except it's not your name. Just a voice yelling something that sounds like your name. Maybe it's a call for help. Maybe it's an order. You don't answer. You can't. By 28 seconds, you're ducking. Pure instinct. Something slams into your helmet. Not enough to knock you out, but enough to make your ears ring like someone set off a firework inside your skull. And by 30 seconds, you understand the full truth. You're not a hero. You're not Aragorn. You're not even a red shirt. You are background noise in history's dirtiest, bloodiest orchestra. Historians still argue whether most medieval infantry ever really had a chance in the chaos of early charges, or whether they mostly just died en masse before the real fighting began. The elite, the trained, the experienced, they had patterns, tactics, formations. You have nausea and regret. Fun side note, in some medieval battles, noble commanders had to tie fresh recruits together with rope just to keep them from running the other way. Like a terrified human centipede of future corpses. You stumble. Again. The guy with 3 fingers is gone, either moved forward or flattened like a meat pancake. It's you now, alone, spear trembling, knees weak, arms heavy. Yes, there's vomit on your gambeson already, and that's just 30 seconds. You don't get a break. No timeout, no breath-catching cutscene. This isn't a game. It's a slog. Every second that passes, your body gets heavier. You barely even moved in those first 30 seconds, but somehow you're already drenched in sweat. Your thighs are cramping, and the chainmail under your armpits is trying to saw into your skin like it holds a grudge. Your armor, it hates you passionately. People like to romanticize it. Gleaming suits, noble silhouettes, heroic visors, but you're not in a museum display. You're in a stitched-together mess of iron and sweat-stained linen, and it's not even the full suit. Those were for the rich boys, knights and lords with money to burn, and squires to polish their behinds. You're in a mail hauberk that smells like it's been through 3 wars already, probably because it has. It scratches your neck, pinches your knees when you crouch, and walking, that's a whole upper leg workout class from hell. You know how you once complained about your backpack on a summer hike? Multiply that by 5, then add metal to your groin and shoulders. Also, it jingles. You're basically a walking wind chime. Not ideal for sneaking or feeling cool. The truth is, medieval armor wasn't designed for comfort. It was designed for function, and even then, that function was mostly delay your messy death by 5 to 10 seconds. You're wearing a padded gambeson underneath thick quilted cloth that does help absorb blows, but also soaks up every drop of your sweat. You're basically slow roasting inside your own wearable oven mitt. Historians still argue whether most infantry even wore full hauberks or just partial pieces scavenged from older sets. It depended on rank supply luck and whether or not you knew someone who died recently enough to pass theirs on. Welcome to hand-me-down warfare. Fringe fact. Some soldiers stuff straw under their mail to absorb shocks. Straw, as in barn debris. So yeah, that medieval knight look you imagined. You're one angry goose away from a haystack cosplay. By now, you're 35 seconds in, and you're starting to feel your own weight. It's not the sword or the spear that's going to kill you. It's gravity. You try to shift your shield if you even got one. It digs into your forearm. The leather strap chafes raw against your elbow. You twist trying to face what's coming, but your torso turns half a second before your hips like a rusted garden gnome trying Pilates. Your breathing is shallow because the armor presses against your chest with every inhale. Chest plates. Most infantry didn't have them. Just more layers of padding and iron and prayer. By minute 1, you've developed a new respect for knees. Yours are on fire. There's no modern support here, no inserts, no compression sleeves, Just raw joints grinding like you're squatting with an anvil taped to your back. Someone nearby yells something. You turn to look, and the sun flashes off their helmet. It's blinding. You forgot how sunlight and metal don't mix. Your eyes squint uselessly behind your visor, slit maybe 2 inches wide, maybe 3. Either way, it's like peering through a glorified mail slot. You trip again, because of course you do. Another soldier rushes by shirtless. Shirtless, you gawk. He's got nothing but a club, and what looks like fury tattooed across his chest. You, meanwhile, are dressed like a rejected Tin Man from a budget production of Camelot. Is this guy braver than you, smarter? Or just already insane? The open question remains, was less armor actually better? Historians debate this fiercely. Some say the lighter you were, the faster you could react. Others argue that only armor gave you a chance in melee chaos. But you, your team, please let me sit down for 5 seconds. Joke break. You know what? The medieval army didn't issue deodorant. So now you're not just tired, you're fermenting, and not in the fancy cheese way. The back of your knees smell like regret and wet leather. Your fingers go numb. Not from fear, though yes, that's there too, but from the sheer pressure of gripping your weapon and shield. There's no ergonomic design here. Just straight wood, maybe some wrapped hide and pure hope. You try to stretch them, but you can't feel your pinky anymore. Not ideal. It occurs to you that a lot of medieval soldiers didn't die from weapons. They died from exhaustion, from heat stroke, from collapsing in their armor after a march and not getting back up. After all, when you're wearing 40 pounds of gear in the summer sun, dehydration isn't just likely, it's inevitable. Also, you're pretty sure you've started chafing in places you didn't even know had skin. You duck instinctively as another soldier charges past. His armor clanks like a cart full of cutlery falling down a staircase. But he's fast, confident, probably a veteran, or just currently lucky. You wonder if he knows how loud he is. Probably doesn't care. Another thing they don't show in movies. Armor made you loud, but also vulnerable to falls. Once you're on the ground, you're basically a turtle legs, kicking arms, flailing, hoping no one decides to stomp you before you can rise. And your friends. They're too busy trying not to die to help. There's no majestic duel here, no wide swings and cool footwork, just close, panicked, sweaty shoving. You haven't even swung your weapon yet. You're just trying not to collapse under the literal weight of your costume. At minute 2, you finally swing. You don't mean to. It's reflex. Someone charges and you jab your spear forward, not at the right angle, not with any training. Just a desperate lunge that surprises both of you. You miss. He swings and also misses. You both kind of stand there for a second, baffled. Then someone else shoves into him, and the moment's gone. You almost drop your weapon in relief. The day drags on, and time becomes meaningless. But your armor, oh, it's counting every second. Every clink is a whisper. Still here, still heavy, still slowing you down. You take another step. It feels like dragging your legs through honey and rust. The mail bites into your collarbone. You're bleeding. Maybe, probably, you don't even care. And through it all, you wonder who designed this stuff, who decided this was battle-ready gear. You'd love a word with them, maybe several, but don't worry, you're still alive, for now. You keep dragging your legs forward, one after the other, like you're trudging through wet concrete. Your armor continues its vendetta against you. It pinches your inner thigh with every other step. You're not sure whether you're walking into battle or being slow cooked inside a medieval pressure cooker. Then comes the next rude awakening your weapon. It's long, too long. The spear's shaft wobbles with each hesitant movement. Every swing feels clumsy, like you're fighting underwater with a broom. You try to remember what you've seen in movies. Brave knights slicing clean arcs. Blade shining dramatically, but this isn't that. This is more like trying to stir soup with a shovel. You tighten your grip, try a basic jab, and your shoulder screams in protest. It's the kind of deep ache that tells you, hey buddy, you never trained for this, and we resent being included. Meanwhile, your hand's already starting to blister. You've been holding your weapon for all of 3 minutes. Historians still argue whether common infantry received any formal training beyond follow the guy in front of you and don't scream. Some sources suggest weeks of drill. Others imply that village boys were handed a pike and told good luck. Honestly, judging by your technique, you're firmly in the latter group. Oh, and guess what? That sword hanging from your belt? Not helpful. First of all, it's heavier than it looks. Maybe 3 pounds doesn't sound like much, until you try swinging it repeatedly while decked out in medieval gym wear. The balance is weird. The hilt's wrapped in cracked leather, and every time you move, it bangs against your thigh like a dull metronome counting down to your orthopedic surgery. Fringe tidbit medieval swords weren't razor sharp like in the movies. Many were meant for hacking and bashing, not delicate slicing. And most kills happen from blunt force trauma or cumulative injuries. It wasn't elegant. It was endurance-based face smashing. You draw the sword anyway, awkwardly. It snags on your belt. You fumble, try again. Pull too hard and almost elbow the guy beside you. He grunts. You're not sure if it's disapproval or pain, maybe both. You offer a sheepish sorry, though it's swallowed by the symphony of screams ahead. Now it's in your hand, and it's not good. You do the tiniest swing just to test it out. It feels off, wobbly, like holding a crowbar made of disappointment. But you've committed. You try a battle stance, one you remember from that YouTube video on longsword technique. Feet wide, knees bent, sword pointed diagonally toward your opponent. You hold it for exactly 3 seconds before your quads stage a rebellion. You stand back up, breathing hard. Someone yells from behind, and you step aside just in time to avoid a flying javelin that thuds into the ground where your foot was. The battlefield is chaos. There's no orderly duels, no choreographed clashing of blades, just humans flailing sticks and iron at other humans, hoping something lands. A man charges at you, short axe raised. You panic swing. Your blade meets his shoulder not cleanly. More of a glancing thud than a deep slice. He stumbles, but doesn't fall. You stare. He stares. There's a brief awkward moment where you both seem to agree. Well, that was unimpressive. He shoves you back. You fall. Hard. The sword goes flying. Your wrist feels like it got smacked by a frying pan. You try to roll, but the armor protests with a chorus of metal creaks. Eventually, you get to your knees, just in time for someone else's shield to slam into your side. You're on your back now. Air knocked out of you. The sky above is blue, which feels wrong. Too peaceful. Fun fact, most medieval combat injuries weren't from fancy sword fights. They were from crushed limbs, head trauma, or bleeding out after tripping into the wrong part of the battlefield. A sword to the gut rare. A boot to the ribs, followed by tripping into a pike wall. Far more common. You crawl toward your weapon. Your fingers graze the hilt, just as another soldier stomps near you. He doesn't even see you, just brushes past, focused on his own enemy. The sheer number of near-death experiences you're stacking in just 5 minutes is frankly impressive. Eventually, you're standing again barely. You raise your sword a second time this time, with a noise that might be a battle cry or a sob. You swing. It connects. There's a dull thunk, and the man in front of you jerks backward. His helmet flies off, revealing a head already bleeding from a dozen shallow cuts. He turns and runs. You stand there panting, blinking. Did you win? Is that what winning feels like? Because you mostly feel like throwing up and crying into your own gauntlet. There's no applause, no acknowledgement, just more screaming, more fighting, more panic. You look down at your hands. Your knuckles are scraped raw from gripping the sword too tightly. Your elbow aches. Your shoulder is shot. You realize grimly that your weapon isn't just a tool. It's an enemy too. Heavy, unforgiving, indifferent to your comfort or experience. In training, weapons are cool. In real life, they're awkward hunks of iron that don't care whether you're a TikTok enthusiast or a tax accountant. They only work when you know how to use them, and you don't. You switch back to your spear. Somehow, it's less terrible. At least you can poke things from a distance. You move forward cautiously, trying to follow the flow of the melee. You pass a body, then another. The ground is slippery. Your boots squish in something you don't want to think about. Your arms shake again. Your fingers keep slipping. Your body keeps screaming for a break. But there's no break here. No pause button. Just more combat. More confusion. And weapons that make everything worse. You think you're finally getting a rhythm feat, planted arms at the ready eyes, scanning for movement. But then the reality of your helmet sinks in. You can't see properly. You can't hear properly. And suddenly, you're blind and deaf in the worst place imaginable. The slit in your visor is narrow, maybe 2 fingers wide. It was designed to protect your face from arrows and flying teeth, not to give you a panoramic view. Everything ahead of you is compressed into a tight tunnel. To your left and right, darkness. Below, guesswork. You tilt your head trying to scan the field, but the helmet shifts awkwardly, throwing off your balance. And then there's the sound, or rather the lack of it. Your ears are stuffed under layers of iron and padding. All you hear is muffled noise, your own heartbeat thudding against your eardrums, and the dull gong of every impact against your helmet. Someone yells at you from just a few feet away. It sounds like a distant echo from a dream. You turn to face them, late, confused, slow. They push past you, disgusted. Rightly so. Here's a fun, awful truth. Helmets didn't just protect your head, they isolated you from your surroundings. Soldiers on the medieval battlefield weren't exchanging witty banter mid-fight. They were mostly yelling, grunting, or reacting on instinct. Communication was basic. Confusion was constant. Historians still argue whether the advantages of full-face helmets outweighed their sensory disadvantages. Some commanders eventually opted for open-face styles, especially among archers and cavalry. But for infantry like you, they slammed that steel bucket on and hoped you made it to lunch. Your world now is this 2 inches of grimy airspace in front of your eyes and a muffled roar in your ears. Occasionally, light blinds you when the sun hits the visor slit just right. It's like fighting in a metal closet while someone shakes it and throws rocks at you. And let's not forget breathing. Oh, the breathing. That helmet doesn't exactly have ventilation. Every exhale fogs up the inside. Every inhale tastes like metal and sweat. You catch a whiff of something foul and realize it's you. Or maybe the guy next to you. Hard to say. Could be both. At some point, you instinctively reach up to wipe sweat from your brow, but forget you're wearing gloves. You punch yourself in the face. The nose piece takes the brunt of it, but you still reel back a little dazed. Classic move. Another soldier crashes into you from the side. You don't see them coming. Your peripheral vision is useless. They keep running without even noticing. You stumble and nearly fall again, but catch yourself on a spear shaft that feels vaguely familiar. Might be yours. You hear something, a high-pitched scream, maybe a whistle, but can't tell where it came from. You spin around too fast, and the world goes sideways. The helmet shifts slightly, pushing your nose at an odd angle. You sneeze. Inside your helmet. Regret hits immediately. The nose guard is now a sticky mess of your own making. You consider lifting the helmet off just for a second, just to breathe. But you can't. Straps under your chin, buckles rusted from sweat. And you know deep down that taking it off is like painting a target on your forehead. So you soldier on, literally. Vision tunnel narrowed, hearing half muted, breathing constricted. And all the while, people around you are fighting, falling, yelling. You're a second behind everything, a shadow puppet trailing the real dance. Fringe fact, some helmets had little ridges or flanges on the back to deflect downward sword strikes, because apparently even medieval armor designers knew your visibility was trash and you'd be attacked from behind more than you'd like. And still, you try to fight. You swing when someone appears in your slit view. You jab. You miss. They move too fast, or you see them too late. You keep checking your blind spots. But what blind spots? You have no reference point, no frame of view. Just a wobbling blur of metal and motion. Suddenly someone grabs your arm. You flinch and nearly stab them before realizing it's a fellow soldier. Their face is visible. They're not wearing a visor, just a padded cap and a dented kettle hat. And guess what? They look a lot less miserable than you. They shout something you don't catch, then point left urgently. You nod, pretending you understood. They rush off. You turn to follow, and wham! You slam into another body. You don't know if it's friend or foe. Doesn't matter. You both reel. Your helmet clinks off theirs with a painfully loud clang. A mutual apology is shared in eye contact alone. Neither of you heard a word the other said. You shake your head to clear it, but all that does is make the helmet rattle like a loose jar lid. It's only been, 5 minutes you already want out of the fight, out of the armor, out of the claustrophobic steel sauna glued to your skull. But you keep going, because there's no pause, no escape. A shadow darts into your field of view. You react pure instinct and raise your shield just in time to deflect a wild swing. Sparks fly. You stagger. The ringing in your ears gets worse. You blink disoriented as the attacker retreats into the blur. You realize now the battlefield doesn't care if you're brave. It doesn't care if you trained or read books or watched all the right documentaries. If you can't see and you can't hear, you're a liability to yourself and everyone around you. And the helmet. It's the necessary evil sealing that fate. You hunch lower, trying to stay behind your shield. Trying to make yourself smaller, safer. You shuffle toward what looks like a line of your own troops, but who really knows, you'll find out when someone stabs you, probably. And through it all, the helmet stays clamped to your head. Heavy, hot, blind. You think about removing it again, but you don't. Because if there's one thing worse than fighting half blind, it's not having a head left at all. You hear it before you see it thunder, but deeper, heavier, pulsing through the mud beneath your boots. The rhythm starts slow, then speeds up until the ground practically trembles. Your gut tightens. You know what it is. Horses, war horses, and not the kind from fairy tales either. These aren't white-maned stallions galloping nobly across the field with heroic trumpet blasts. These are massive armored beasts with muscles like coiled ropes and eyes that gleam with adrenaline and chaos. Each one weighs over 1,000 pounds more if the rider's fully geared up and they're barreling toward you like battering rams on legs. You squint through your helmet slit. Ahead of you, just above the shield wall, you catch flashes of movement, gleaming helms, fluttering banners, hooves flinging mud skyward. The cavalry is coming, and you are directly in their path. Panic clenches your lungs. You grip your spear tighter, but your arms are trembling again. Remember that scene in movies where a lone soldier stands firm against a charging horse? You're not that soldier. You're the one quietly muttering, "Oh no, oh no, oh no," while trying to remember if dropping everything and running was ever an actual battlefield tactic. Historians still argue about just how devastating medieval cavalry charges truly were. Some say they were psychological tools, more than actual meat grinders, scary but stoppable. Others believe they were unstoppable forces of kinetic destruction that shattered lines like a bowling ball through soggy breadsticks. Either way, you don't like your odds. You look down at your spear. It's long, sure, but is it long enough you're supposed to brace it? Angle it low. Let the horse impale itself, not you. But there's a problem no one ever taught you how. The line around you shifts. Soldiers lock shields and lower their pikes, shouting commands you can barely hear. You scramble into place, unsure where to point your weapon. Your feet slide in the muck. Your armor's too heavy to kneel properly, and you're still having flashbacks to that time you got knocked down by a runaway goat at a petting zoo. Fringe, fact-trained war horses were taught to kick, bite, and trample. That's right. These aren't docile ponies. These are trained four-legged berserkers. And the knights riding them, they're not jousting gently. They're trying to drive a steel-tipped lance through your chest like you're a particularly defiant scarecrow. Then you see it up close. The lead horse thunders into view. Its hooves churn the earth like a drumbeat of doom. Mud splashes up its sides. Its nostrils flare, teeth bared. The knight on its back is a hulking shape in glinting armor, holding a lance the length of a canoe. His visor is down. His banner flaps behind him like a demon's tail. You freeze. You absolutely forget to lower your spear. He's coming straight for you. You flinch. The horse dodges left. The knight swipes at someone else. You barely register the blur of motion as he passes so close that the wind from his passage rocks you backward. You stumble again. Fall on one knee. To your right, someone doesn't get lucky. A warhorse slams full speed into their shield, sending them flying like a sack of wet laundry. You hear a crunch bone, maybe wood, and the scream that follows ends almost before it begins. And then more follow. They don't come all at once. It's like waves. Riders storm past in clusters, some swinging swords or axes, others leveling lances and aiming for gaps in the shield wall. Your comrades shout clash collapse. Somewhere in the distance a horn blares. Maybe it means reinforcements. Or retreat. Who knows? Not you. You're still trying to keep your footing. One knight rears his horse directly in front of you. Its hooves come down inches from your face. You scream just a bit and jab upward with your spear. Miracle, it lands. You don't hit the knight, though. You nick the horse's flank. Not enough to wound, just enough to enrage. The beast jerks back, kicking wildly, and the rider loses balance. He doesn't fall, but he snarls something in French that sounds extremely unfriendly. Another rider charges from the side, his axe raised. You duck just in time. The blade slices through the empty air where your helmet was. You scramble away, breath-hitching limbs, shaking spear, dragging behind like a forgotten mop. This isn't a battle. It's a storm. A relentless, thundering, bone-jarring storm made of muscle and metal. And you are the grass, trying not to get trampled. Historians often point out that horses won't charge directly into solid walls of spears. And that's technically true when the wall is solid. But here today, your line is a patchwork of undertrained peasants and poorly braced weapons. It buckles. Horses do charge. And people do die. You lunge for cover, behind a larger soldier, behind a shield, behind anything. A hoof slams into the ground inches away. You swear it splashes your shin with someone else's blood. Someone grabs you, yells in your face. You nod again, like you understand. They pull you into a tighter formation. You raise your spear again, finally in the right direction. It shakes like a twig in the wind. Another wave of riders breaks across your line. You brace. The impact comes. Your arms scream in protest, but somehow your weapon holds. You think you hit something, knight or horse, you're not sure. But it's enough to knock them off rhythm. The line holds. Barely. And just like that, it's over. The cavalry peels away, regrouping at a distance. You exhale for the first time in what feels like hours. Around you, others are groaning, bleeding, sobbing. You see broken weapons, crumpled bodies, a dented helmet rolling gently in the mud. You survived, barely. You realize something else, too. You've peed a little. You're not proud, but honestly, no judgment. Because when a literal armored war beast charges at you full speed, bladder control is a luxury. The cavalry's gone for now, but the damage lingers like smoke after a fire. The field is littered, with the aftermath broken spears, torn up earth and bodies. Some twitch. Most don't. You take a step and immediately slide in something that's definitely not just mud. You don't want to know. The ground has transformed into a grotesque stew-blood churned soil manure, and worse. This isn't the grassy plain you imagined with fluttering banners and clean epic duels. This is a muddy, bloody slip and slide, and you are constantly one misstep away from falling face first into someone's intestines. Your boots, stiff leather, and not exactly waterproof, are already soaked. The inside squelches unpleasantly with each movement. You swear you feel a blister forming under your heel, and it's only been, 10 minutes you're not alone. All around, men are stumbling, sliding, tripping over corpses and lost weapons. The mud is ankle-deep in places. In others, it's so saturated with fluids that it sticks like glue. You lift one foot, and your boot stays behind. You fall, of course, face first into something squishy. You scramble up, gasping, trying not to throw up in your helmet. Whatever you landed in had a texture. You look down. It's a mixture of grass flesh and probably someone's spleen. Delightful. Fringe tidbit some medieval armies actually chose to fight on soft, wet ground to slow cavalry or tire out opposing troops. Unfortunately, it also meant that everyone, including you, spent half the battle slipping like toddlers on an ice rink. You try to move again. Every step is a gamble. is that solid ground, or a bog disguised as a battlefield. You jab your spear down like a walking stick, testing terrain before each footfall. You look like a cautious old man at a particularly unsanitary bus stop. Someone next to you falls. They scream, not because they're wounded, but because they landed in a pool of something unidentifiable and are now trying to scrape it off with their bare hands. There is no dignity here. You glance down and realize your shins are covered in a reddish-brown crust. It might be blood. It might be mud. It might be stew from last night. You'll never know. Historians still argue whether the filth of medieval battlefields killed more men than weapons did. Between gangrene trench foot and infection, it's a strong possibility. And you're getting an up-close biology lesson with every squelching step. You spot a patch of higher ground dry-looking. You make your way there, sliding the whole way like a Bambi extra. When you finally reach it, your legs are shaking, your arms covered in grime, and your sword gone. Just gone. Probably fell when you slipped. You scan the muck, hoping to see the hilt sticking out like Excalibur. No luck. Just more gross. You curse quietly. Or loudly. It's hard to tell in your helmet. Either way, you now only have your spear. And it's starting to splinter at the shaft from the sheer abuse you've put it through. Someone else scrambles next to you panting. Their face is streaked with blood, though it's unclear whose. They look at you, nod once, and sit down heavily. In the middle of the battlefield. Just sits down like they're at a picnic and not surrounded by horror. You briefly consider joining them. But there's movement ahead. Another charge forming, this time infantry. Line after line emerging from the smoky haze, weapons raised. They're coming fast. You brace again. Except now the ground is against you. You try to pivot mudslides. You try to step back. Heel sticks. You raise your weapon just as your foot gives out from under you. You fall again. This time, you land on a body. Warm. Too warm. You scramble off instinctively. The corpse's mouth is open in an eternal scream. His eyes, glassy and gray, are staring right at you. You scream back. Just once. Then shove yourself to your feet with a new raw panic. Fun fact, during some medieval battles, corpses piled so high in places that soldiers used them as makeshift barricades or tripped over them to their deaths. The ground became a weapon all its own. You can feel it now, how the terrain shapes the fight. People move slower, less decisively. Every step is a risk. Horses falter. Men drown in pits of muck, unable to rise under the weight of their armor. A knight struggles nearby, stuck in a hollow. He flails. No one helps. They can't afford to. You can't afford to. You edge around the deeper mud, feet wide, spear raised. A man rushes you. You jab miss, but he slips. Falls flat on his face. Doesn't get up. You don't celebrate. There's no glory in beating the mud. Another man comes. You brace better this time. The spear glances off his shield, but your footing holds. He stumbles, trips over someone's leg, and you jab down instinctively. Your spear strikes flesh. He groans once. You freeze. Did you just? You did. You want to feel something: triumph, horror, regret. But mostly you feel tired and wet, and you need to move, now. You keep sliding forward. Each step a conscious decision. Forward. Forward. Slipping. Gasping. Always forward. And the ground still terrible. There's a legend of the Battle of Agincourt, where English longbowmen, fighting on soggy fields after heavy rain, let the mud itself become a trap. French knights, weighed down by heavy plate armor, couldn't move. They fell. and were slaughtered, stuck helpless in the mire. That mud may have won the battle more than any arrow. You understand that now, because here you are, fighting not just enemy soldiers, but Earth itself. And Earth is winning. You're not sure what hurts more, your arms, your legs, or your pride. Your entire body is sore. Your armor is half swallowed by the mud, and your soul is beginning to fray around the edges. And now, the real kicker, you're expected to keep fighting. The shouting ahead grows louder. A wave of infantry is coming. No horses, this time, just men. Lots of them, with axes, maces, swords, and an enthusiasm you do not share. You try to fall back into line, but there's no line anymore. Just clusters of men huddled together, gripping their weapons with white-knuckled fists, hoping to avoid eye contact with fate. The battle is now a series of skirmishes, small and chaotic. You see one soldier whirl around with a flanged mace and bash another's helmet in with a sound that makes your stomach turn. Another 2 men are rolling in the mud, more grappling than sword fighting. They're too exhausted for anything else. You glance down at your own weapon. It feels foreign in your hand. You're tired. You're hungry. You're terrified. And most dangerous of all, you're starting to freeze. Because here's the part no one talks about. When panic sets in, all that adrenaline burns off fast. You hit a wall. And when you do, you become a soft target. You're not thinking straight. Your arms stop responding with the right speed. You get tunnel vision. You feel detached from the moment, like you're watching someone else play this awful muddy game. Panic trumps training. And you poor soul had no training to begin with. Historians still argue whether conscripted levies in medieval armies received even basic drills. Some evidence suggests they were marched and grouped and maybe practiced thrusting a spear into a hay bale a few times. Others argue most were shoved onto the field with barely a clue, told to stick with your mates and stab anything not wearing your colors. You right now are living proof of the latter theory. You swing wildly at an approaching soldier. He deflects it with casual ease and knocks your spear aside. You trip backward and nearly fall again. He doesn't even follow up. He's already moved on, chasing another easier target. You're not worth the energy. You want to be grateful. Instead, you feel humiliated. Nearby, a soldier loses his weapon, screams and runs. A proper arms flailing, unashamed sprint away from the mess. He gets about 10 steps before someone from his own side tackles him and drags him back by the collar. You hear someone yelling about cowards. You make a mental note, don't run unless you're really sure no one's watching. You try to steady your breathing. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale again. Nope. Still panicking. Fringe fact: battlefield panic was such a common problem that some medieval armies tried using drummers or horn blasts to regulate movement and give soldiers something to lock onto. A familiar rhythm in a place where everything else was chaos. Of course, when the drummer died, so did the rhythm, and with it, often the entire line. And that's what's happening now. No rhythm, no cohesion, just the terrifying improvisation of hundreds of terrified people all trying not to die at the same time. To your right, someone vomits in their helmet. You hear it. You smell it. You will never forget it. To your left, a man is frozen mid-swing, his sword just hanging there in the air. His eyes are huge. He's watching 2 men brawling and can't move. Can't even breathe. You nudge him. He doesn't respond. Some people freeze. Others lash out too hard. You turn just in time to see a young soldier, probably no older than 16, sprinting at an opponent, screaming his lungs out. He swings a rusty axe with wild, flailing motions. He's not aiming. He's not thinking. He's terrified. and it gets him killed in one efficient motion, a sidestep, a stab to the gut, and he collapses like a puppet with the strings cut. There's no mercy on this field. You start to notice the fatigue in your enemies too. Men miss swings by miles. Shields fall from limp arms. Some soldiers just sit down where they are unable to continue, eyes vacant. You're all playing chicken with exhaustion, and most of you are losing. You feel your grip loosening again. You tighten it. It loosens. The spear is now a suggestion more than a weapon. You try to remember something useful, a tactic, a quote, anything. Instead, your brain serves you. Don't get dead. Thanks, brain. Very helpful. Someone tries to rally the troops, yells something about forming up and holding the line. It's a good idea. But no one listens. You've all gone feral. Feral and muddy. Like wet, angry squirrels armed with medieval hardware. You crouch behind your shield and try to make yourself as small a target as possible. Another soldier hurls himself at an enemy with a dagger in each hand. He gets 2 feet before slipping on a detached foot. A foot. You don't even want to know whose. Panic again seeps into your bones. It's not the frantic kind anymore. It's quieter now, more resigned. Less I have to run more. This is how I die. You think about home, about warmth, about normal soft things, beds, bread, blankets. You think about lying down right here and letting whatever happens happen. And then someone next to you screams your name. Not your real name, but the name they gave you when this nightmare started. You snap out of it. You lift your spear again. You don't know where the strength comes from. You swing poorly, slowly, but you swing. You stumble forward. You jab at an opponent who's already wounded. He stumbles back. You don't chase. You can't. But that tiny action is enough to remind your legs move. One more step. Because even if your body wants to stop, you can't afford to freeze. And maybe, just maybe, neither can the people counting on you not to. You don't see the blow coming. That's the thing. You're finally upright breathing, moving kind of. And then something slams into your side so hard it lifts you off your feet. A blunt force, massive, unforgiving. Not sharp, not a slice, just a solid, crushing impact. Your brain barely processes it. One moment you're upright. The next, you're sideways in the mud, ears ringing, air gone. A mace did that. Someone, a big someone, just clubbed you in the ribs with a weapon designed for one purpose, destroying armor like yours. And now, that armor is pressing into your ribs in ways ribs were never meant to bend. Everything is pain. Not the sharp kind. The deep, dark kind. The kind that blooms slowly but spreads fast, radiating out from your side like someone lit a bonfire under your skin. You can't breathe right. Every inhale feels too small, too tight. Your chest expands, but your ribs disagree. You cough. It hurts. You try to roll over your torso, says nope. You lie there for a moment, blinking up at the sky and wondering if this is it. Historians still argue whether maces were actually more effective than swords on armored opponents, or if they were just easier to make and swung with brute force by less skilled soldiers. Either way, you just found out the hard way they work. A fringe tidbit. Some maces had hollow heads filled with lead or sand for extra bone-shattering power. You suspect that's what hit you. Because this wasn't just a knockdown, it was a shutdown. You try to move your arm. The one holding your shield, it doesn't work. Maybe it's broken. Maybe it's just numb. You can't tell. You try the other arm. It moves barely. Enough to start dragging yourself to the side. Someone steps over you. You flinch, waiting for another strike, but they don't stop. Maybe they didn't see you. Maybe they thought you were dead. Maybe they hoped you were dead. You shuffle onto your side. The pain sharpens. Your vision goes blurry around the edges. You taste iron in your mouth. You spit its pink. Not great. You clutch at your side instinctively, but the armor blocks your hand. All you can do is press against the mail, hoping something inside isn't leaking out. You think this is it. This is where I die. But then someone grabs your collar and yanks you to your feet. You scream without meaning to. The pressure on your ribs makes your knees buckle, but they hold you up anyway. You don't even see the person's face, just a glimpse of cloth, a helmet in motion. They shove a weapon into your hands. It's not yours. It's smaller, lighter, a short sword, maybe a broken spear. You can't tell. Doesn't matter. It's something to hold, something to pretend with. You stagger forward, ribs protesting every breath. Now here's the fun part: you're still expected to fight. Because on a medieval battlefield, getting injured doesn't buy you a break. There's no medic tent, no pause, no time out. If you're not dead, you're fighting, or trying not to die. Again, you move slowly, limping your weapon, dragging behind like a leash. The pain is constant now, a low background scream in your side. You hold one arm close like it's carrying a baby. Only it's your own busted ribs and the baby's throwing elbows. Every motion jostles something inside you. You try to walk, try to swing, and the pain flares so hot you nearly drop the sword. You don't even know where the enemy is anymore. Everyone looks the same: mud armor, blood panic. You turn in circles, blinking, trying to find someone you should be stabbing, trying not to pick the wrong side. Your awareness shrinks. It's no longer about the battlefield. It's about you, your ribs, your breath. It's about not passing out. Somewhere in the background, someone is shouting orders. You can't hear them. You can't even process speech. The world's been replaced by roaring in your ears and a single stubborn mantra: stay up, stay up, stay up. You see another soldier go down. Not far from you. You think maybe you could help, but you don't move. You can't move because your body has shifted from battle mode to emergency shutdown. You're dizzy now. You've lost count of how many times you've fallen. You catch yourself wondering what exactly is going on inside your body. Cracked ribs, internal bleeding, a punctured lung. You think, wasn't there something about how the lungs can collapse if the ribs break inward? Then you think, please let me not drown in my own blood today. I'll take anything else. It's a low bar, but welcome to your new survival standard. Fringe tidbit: some soldiers survive blunt force trauma only to die days later from internal injuries. There are records of knights returning from battle, laughing, drinking, and dropping dead that night when their spleen finally gave up. You can't help but wonder what yours is doing right now. You find a moment of false peace. Nobody is attacking you for the next 15 seconds. So you kneel or fall. You're not sure which. You rest one hand on your knee. Try to breathe. It whistles in your chest like a leaking bellows. Someone runs past and drops a knife near you. You don't even flinch. Just stare at it. It's small, barely a weapon. But part of you considers it a blessing. You reach for it. Your fingers close around the hilt. It feels solid, reliable. You grip it with both hands and shuffle to your feet again. You're still hurting. You're still weak. You're still very possibly dying. But you're not down yet. Not quite. Because on this battlefield, your first hit might not be your last. But it sure does come close. You're staggering now. moving forward in some loose, shuffling approximation of human locomotion. Your ribs scream with every breath. Your legs are shaky stilts. The knife in your hand is barely a weapon, but it's all you've got. And somehow, against all odds, you're still not dead. That should be good news. Except now, someone is dragging you by the arm. You don't know who they are, friend, foe. Some third option. They're yelling something, pointing toward the rear of the field. A break in the chaos. Maybe safety. You want to argue. You want to ask where you're going. But your lungs can't spare the air. You're pulled toward a makeshift shelter, just a half-collapsed tent really flapping in the breeze like it knows this is all temporary. Around it, a cluster of wounded men, some sitting, some lying down, all looking like they've aged a decade in 20 minutes. Welcome to medieval medicine. One glance, and your hopes sink. There are no clean sheets, no beds, no antiseptic, just blood-soaked cloth screaming men, and a man with a beard holding a knife way too confidently. That's your surgeon. Lucky you. Fringe fact, medieval battlefield surgeons were more likely to be barbers than trained doctors. The guy who shaved your lord's chin yesterday is the same guy sawing off your leg today. Surgical knowledge was a mashup of Galenic theory, battlefield improvisation, and sheer desperation. The man gestures for you to sit. You do shakily. He takes one look at your side grunts and begins cutting off your armor. Not gently, not carefully, just hacking through the leather straps like a kid opening a Christmas present with a steak knife. You wince. He mutters something that might be fracture. Then he jabs his fingers into your ribs. You scream. You hear a crunch. Not from your ribs, though. Probably them too, but from your teeth grinding in pain. He gives you a dirty piece of wood to bite. You do. It tastes like old cheese and panic. Then he begins wrapping your torso in cloth. Filthy brownish cloth that looks like it was last used to mop a tavern floor. It smells worse than the battlefield. Somehow. You don't ask if it's clean. You know it's not. You don't ask if the knife was boiled. It wasn't. You don't ask if he knows what he's doing. He doesn't. Historians still argue whether battlefield triage in the Middle Ages was better than nothing, or just a slow shuffle toward death. Some noble units had better care actual physicians with experience. But for rank-and-file soldiers like you, it was faith luck and a high tolerance for pain. A man to your left is screaming. His leg is gone from the knee down. He's being held down while the barber-surgeon uses a red-hot iron to cauterize the stump. The smell hits you like a brick. You gag, then cough, which hurts more than the initial rib smash. You bite the wood again to stifle another scream. Another soldier is having a tooth pulled without warning, without anesthetic, just a rusty tool, and some very poor choices. You think maybe you're better off with your ribs. At least they're still inside you. You watch as the surgeon stitches a gash closed with what looks like black horsehair. The man winces. The surgeon slaps him on the cheek lightly by medieval standards and moves on. Efficiency, not empathy. You lie back dizzy. The pain is overwhelming, but you're oddly calm. Maybe it's the blood loss, or maybe it's the resignation settling in. You're not going back out there, not for a while. And you know what that means. You're now one of the wounded. And in the medieval world, that's almost worse than being dead. No morphine, no antibiotics, no sterile anything. If your wound gets infected, and it probably will, there's little anyone can do. Fun detail, some surgeons believed wounds needed to suppurate, basically ooze pus, as part of the healing process. They thought it meant the bad humors were leaving your body. So when that bandage turns green tomorrow, that's not a red flag. That's a treatment goal. You glance at your side. The cloth is already soaked through. It's turning pink, then red, then dark. You try to rest. Impossible. Too much noise, too much pain, too much of everything. And yet around you, men are still laughing. Not the joyous kind, not even the sarcastic kind, just broken chuckles, grim acceptance. The battlefield has shifted here from steel to survival. The swords are gone, but the struggle is just as brutal. A young soldier nearby stares blankly into space. His legs intact, but something's gone behind his eyes. He's been muttering the same phrase for minutes now. Something about a dog. Maybe he saw one. Maybe he was one. You're not sure anymore. You realize something important. There is no healing here. Only prolonging. If you survive the next few days, it'll be a miracle. And if you don't, they'll strip your gear, toss your body in a ditch, and move on. That's the reality of medieval medicine. You're not a patient. You're a logistical problem. Still you lie back, staring up at the tattered canvas above, listening to the screams, smelling the iron and sweat and smoke. And you realize something kind of funny. That mace to the ribs, that was your lucky break. Because at least you got out of the melee. At least for now. You're lying under what barely qualifies as shelter ribs bound in blood-crusted linen. The battlefield still groaning in the distance when your stomach makes a very serious announcement. You need to throw up. Or maybe eat something. Or both. It's hard to tell. Because here's the thing. While you were busy not dying from Mace's mud, or medieval panic attacks, you forgot about a key part of warfare food. More specifically, last night's stew. And now, your stomach is beginning a campaign of its own. The kind that comes with sudden cramps, cold sweats, and the creeping dread of imminent disaster. You double over, clutching your side already in pain, now adding a whole new category digestive betrayal. A fringe tidbit. Soldiers in medieval camps often subsisted on hard-bread salted meat and watery vegetable stews cooked in giant communal pots. If you're lucky, someone remembered to boil the water first. If not, welcome to Camp Dysentery. Historians still argue whether medieval armies lost more men to combat or contaminated food. But judging by the way your gut is currently trying to evict its contents, possibly through both exits, you're casting your vote for the stew. You shuffle away from the pile of wounded hand over your mouth eyes, darting. There's no latrine. There's just over there. Maybe behind that smoldering wagon. You stumble, nearly collapse, and finally find a semi-private patch of churned dirt and broken dreams. You puke. It's not cinematic. No one pats your back. No one hands you a water skin. You just retch alone, ribs howling, until there's nothing left but spit and despair. Then comes the follow-up, the other kind of business. You crouch shielding yourself with a dented piece of shield someone left behind, praying no one looks your way. The smell is unspeakable, but not unfamiliar. The entire camp already reeks of humanity's worst smells, layered over one another like the world's worst candle collection. You finish. You stand. You feel marginally better, and 1,000 times worse at the same time. This is your life now. No clean water, no sanitation, no food safety. You'd kill for a saltine cracker and a Gatorade. Instead, you get a chunk of black bread, so hard it could double as a blunt weapon, and a ladle of stew that smells like sadness. You sip anyway. Why? Because you're starving. And hydration. Let's not even talk about that. Your water skin's half empty, and what remains tastes like it was scooped from a horse trough, which it probably was. Fun fact, some medieval armies drank watered-down wine or beer not to party, but because plain water was often more dangerous than alcohol. Not that you have either option right now. You'd give your left boot for a warm beer with questionable origins. You find a place to sit. A broken wheel, maybe, or a piece of a barrel. It wobbles under you. Your ribs remind you that they are not okay. Your stomach, however, begins to settle just barely. Then you notice at people looking at you differently. You've got the pale, shaky look. The look that says, don't assign this guy anything that requires movement or accuracy. You're a walking liability, a stomach virus wrapped in armor and regret. Someone hands you a piece of dried meat. You nod thanks. It tastes like leather and salt and something faintly nutty that might just be dirt. But you chew it anyway, because what else is there? You take another sip of your water skin. You make a face. You take another sip anyway. You tell yourself it's fine. It's probably fine. Just a little cloudier than you'd like. You hear a story from a soldier nearby. Something about the last siege he was in. Says the camp stew had a boot boiled into it once. No one noticed until the leather floated to the top. He laughs. You don't, because that actually sounds kind of delicious compared to what you're eating now. Later, as the sun begins to dip and the wind turns colder, your stomach starts its slow negotiation with your body. It's not content, but it's quiet for now, and that's good enough. But here's the part that really sticks with you. You're not even in a real camp. This is just a temporary holding zone between bloodshed and more bloodshed. And already food's turning against you. What happens when you're camped for days? You've heard the rumors. About the men at sieges who ate rats. The ones who boiled belts into soup. The whispered stories about worse things even the most hardened warriors refuse to confirm. It's the part of medieval warfare no one romanticizes. Historians often gloss over it. Rations were scarce, they say delicately. But what they really mean is if it moved and wasn't nailed down, someone probably tried to cook it. You once laughed at a documentary mentioning cabbage and acorn mash. Now you'd eat a whole tree if someone softened it enough. Night falls. Fires are lit around the camp. Smoke stings your eyes. You lean against a pile of cloth that might be a bedroll or a dead man's cloak. You don't ask. You just let your eyes close, praying your stomach behaves for a few precious hours. You feel a cramp. Not again. No, no, no. You breathe. You count. You press your hand against your belly and whisper desperate, pathetic things like, just wait until morning. You hear another man groaning nearby, then gagging, then retching. You want to help, but also better him than you. You roll over, gingerly ribs, still angry breath shallow. Tomorrow they'll want you back on the field, back in armor, back in chaos. But tonight it's you versus your own digestion. And honestly, it's a toss-up who wins. You wake up to pain. That's your new alarm clock now. Not the sun, not the roosters, just the dull throb of your ribs and the sour churning in your gut. It's still dark, though maybe a little lighter than before. The fire's burned low, and someone nearby is snoring like a dying ox. You try to sit up. Mistake. Your entire torso screams in protest. You lie back down. Reconsider your life choices. Try again slower this time. You're dehydrated. You're lightheaded. Your mouth tastes like the inside of your boot. But somehow, You're still alive. Barely. You manage to stand. You wobble. You hold onto a tree stump. Or maybe it's a man. Doesn't matter. He grunts and doesn't stab you. So that's a win. Then you feel this sharp, stabbing pulse in your jaw. You run your tongue along your teeth. One of them feels loose, swollen even. A molar in the back, throbbing like it's composing its own medieval symphony. Ah, yes. Toothache. That's the cherry on this already rotting cake. You might have gotten cracked in the face yesterday, or maybe it's been brewing for days. Doesn't matter. Now, it's the center of your universe. A tiny inflamed nerve cluster holding your soul hostage. Historians still argue whether dental pain was a leading contributor to battlefield breakdowns. But in a world with no floss, no toothbrushes, and definitely no root canals, a bad tooth was not just an inconvenience, it was a death sentence waiting to ripen. Fringe fact: some medieval remedies for tooth pain included rubbing garlic on the gum-shoving dead mice into your mouth, yes mice, or burning the tooth out with a hot iron. Those were the better options. You poke at the gum with your tongue again. Immediate regret. It's tender, puffy. Your face is swelling. You're one sleepless night away from looking like a lopsided pumpkin. And the best part, you still have to fight. Because tooth pain doesn't get you a pass. Not here. Not now. You ask around for something, anything. One guy hands you a crust of bread. You try to chew it and nearly collapse from the pain. Another offers a sip from a flask. You hope it's alcohol. It is. It burns. You take a second sip. No one cares that you're hurt. Everyone's hurt. One guy lost an ear. Another has a bandaged stump where his hand used to be. Your infected molar is basically a luxury complaint in this crowd. Still, you can feel it growing, pushing. The pressure behind your eye, the throb through your temple. It's spreading. The infection is moving inward. You don't need a doctor to tell you that. But you do need a surgeon. Which is, of course, a bad idea. You find one, same man as before. The one who poked your ribs and handed you a strip of cloth with the enthusiasm of a man patching a leaking boat. He listens to your complaint. He nods. He doesn't ask questions, just reaches for something metal and sharp. You back away. He gestures, taps his own cheek, then pantomimes a yank. You understand. He's going to pull it. Right here. Right now. With zero fanfare, no numbing, and possibly no sense of human mercy. You consider your options. Live with the pain risk, infection fever, and death. Let him rip it out and probably scream loud enough to draw enemy archers. You sit down. He opens your mouth and peers in. He pokes the tooth. You nearly punch him on reflex. Then he pulls out the tool. It's a pair of iron tongs, rusted, slightly crooked. Probably used last week to pull a nail from a horse's hoof. You don't want them in your mouth, but here we are. He wedges them in. You close your eyes. You hear someone whisper, "Hold him." They do. And then yank. You scream. Of course you scream. It's not clean. It's not quick. He twists. He pulls. You feel your jaw shift. Something tears. Your ears ring. Your vision whites out. Then pop. It's out. You breathe. Then cough. You spit blood. The surgeon drops a tooth in your hand like a trophy. You stare at it, this tiny white demon that nearly killed you. You don't feel better. Not immediately. But at least the worst is over. Maybe. Maybe not. Because now comes the swelling. The fever. The very real risk that the infection spread beyond that single tooth. You've seen it happen. Men dying with no visible wound. Just a red streak creeping up their neck. You wonder if that's already started. And even if it hasn't, there's no antibiotics, no antiseptics, no gauze, just cloth spit and hope. You hold the blood-soaked rag to your cheek and slump against a barrel. You can't lie down, can't eat, can't fight. But guess what? You're expected to anyway. Because there's a horn blowing in the distance, a new call to arms, a fresh skirmish forming. Your name, whatever name they gave you, is being shouted. You stand. Slowly. You grip your weapon knife, sword, whatever's handy. You swallow. You wince. You taste blood. But you step forward. Because in medieval warfare, a toothache doesn't just kill your appetite. It kills you. You're back on your feet. Or something that sort of resembles standing. Your ribs are wrapped. Your molar is gone. And your body feels like a wet sack of gravel, held together with twine. You don't walk so much as shuffle one boot, dragging slightly behind the other, like you're haunted by your own skeleton. And now the air hits you, not the cool, fresh breeze you were hoping for. No. It hits you like a slap-thick, acrid humid and unbearably foul. You gag before you even realize what's happening. Your nose wrinkles involuntarily. It's not just the battlefield anymore. It's everything. It's you. You smell worse than the dead. Literally. Because you've marched past a few bodies today. Plenty, actually. And yes, they're ripe. Yes, they're rotting in the sun. Their armor bulging, where gases bloat the belly. But somehow, your own scent is competing with theirs. You take a whiff and regret it immediately. You smell like a centuries-old latrine in a fever dream. And the funny part? You don't even notice until this moment, until the pain recedes, just enough for your brain to register the horror of your own personal fragrance profile. It's sweat, sure, but also fear, desperation, a hint of blood, and something else you can't identify but suspect might be infection-based. Fringe, fact medieval people weren't nose blind. Contrary to popular myth, they did notice bad smells. They just didn't have a lot of ways to fix them. Soldiers were especially doomed. Bathing on campaign was rare, dangerous, and discouraged, lest you lower your humors and catch death. You glance around. No one else looks surprised. Everyone smells. Everyone stinks. You're just the last one to notice. The armor doesn't help. It traps everything. Every drop of sweat pools inside your gambeson like warm soup. Every motion sends a puff of mildew and body odor wafting up toward your already offended nose. You try to shift the padding away from your skin. It just clings tighter, like a damp, judgmental hug. You try breathing through your mouth. Bad idea. Now you can taste it, and it's not just you. The whole battlefield reeks. A thick, oppressive bouquet of rot human waste-spoiled meat, open wounds, burnt horsehair, and hot metal sweat. And the flies. Oh, the flies. They're here now. Dozens, maybe hundreds. Buzzing around your ears. Landing on your wounds. Crawling across your lips. You swat them away like a man trying not to scream. But they just come back relentless and hungry. You look down at your hands. Caked in grime. Fingernails full of who knows what. One has turned a shade of green that cannot be good. Your shirt, what's left of it, is stiff with dried fluids. Some yours, some not. You try not to think about it. You fail. And then someone next to you shifts their position. You catch a blast of their personal aroma. You reel backward. Eyes water. It's a smell so powerful, it transcends space and time. You're pretty sure you remember that scent from the future. It's the kind of stench that could form its own medieval guild and petition for land. You realize, with mild horror, that you smell exactly the same to them. Historians still argue whether medieval people were desensitized to battlefield stench or simply accepted it as normal. There's evidence of perfumes, herbal pouches, and incense used in church not to make people smell good, but to cover up the fact that they didn't. But here on the field, there's no basil pouch, no scented candle, no break, just bodies, sweat, and the suffocating, unrelenting reality of human decay in motion. You think about a bath, a long soak, soap, a clean towel. You nearly cry. Fringe, tidbit some wealthier knights carried little scented wax balls to sniff during combat. You wish you had one. You'd pay in fingers. You're called forward. Again, your group is rotating toward a nearby push, something about a breach in the enemy flank. You nod numb. Your sword is heavy. Your knees crack. But mostly, you're aware of the way your armpits now squish when you move. You catch another soldier checking his arm. He lifts his gambus and winces and lets it drop. He doesn't speak. He doesn't have to. His face says, "We are all rotting." Another man wipes his face with a rag that looks like it was last used to wrap a dead horse. He doesn't care. You envy him. There's no escape, no reprieve. The smell follows you like guilt. You reach the front again. Someone hands you a water skin. You sip. It tastes like warm copper. You wonder if your sense of smell has ruined your sense of taste forever. Then the horn sounds. Another charge. You raise your weapon gag slightly and shuffle forward 1 foot after the other, dragging your smell cloud along with you like a cursed aura. This is your life now. A mobile compost heap with a sword. But hey, look on the bright side. At least the enemy won't want to get too close. You shuffle forward into the fray, still radiating a scent that could end a bloodline when something unsettling dawns on you. Everyone around you is better at this than you are. Not slightly better, massively. They move differently, more fluid, less desperate. Their eyes don't dart, they scan. Their weapons don't tremble, they wait. You're the newbie, the soft one, the doughy loaf in a field of burned toast. Every time you glance to your left or right, you see it efficiency. One soldier parries an incoming blow and drives his short sword under his opponent's arm in a single motion. Another turns a spear aside with his shield and punches the attacker so hard you hear teeth hit the dirt. These people have done this before. A lot. And you suddenly realize you're not among equals. You're among professionals. You're the rank amateur. Historians still debate how professional medieval armies truly were. Sure, many forces included poorly trained levies and conscripted peasants, but veteran soldiers, mercenaries, household troops loyal to lords or commanders. Those guys trained. They lived this, and they could smell a greenhorn from 100 paces, like you, right now. Someone barks a command. You react late. You nearly collide with a man swinging a poleaxe. He doesn't stop to scold you. He just shoves you aside and keeps going. You're dead weight, and they know it. Fringe tidbit, there were actual slang terms for rookies in some armies, like cabbage for someone green and soft. You start to wonder if that's what the guy muttered under his breath just now. You adjust your grip on your weapon. Try to copy the stance of the soldier in front of you. Shield low, sword angled. You can pretend to be like them, right? That's what people do in movies. But this isn't a movie. This is exhaustion bleeding gums and a faceful of whatever just flew off that man's mace. The clash comes fast. Too fast. You're standing in formation, and then suddenly, it's everywhere. Blades, screams, elbows. The guy next to you grabs a foe's arm and yanks him forward while stabbing under his rib cage. You flinch. The blood hits your face. You flinch again. He notices and shakes his head. That shake says everything. This one won't last. He's not wrong. Another soldier rushes at you. You panic swing. He blocks easily, punches your helmet with his shield, and runs past. Your attack didn't even slow him down. You feel like a speed bump made of pudding. Your arm's already tired. Your ribs ache. Your shoulder is on fire. You try to reset your stance, but your feet are in the wrong position, and you know it. The guy behind you yells, "Hold the line." You don't move. You're not even sure where the line is anymore. Someone near you goes down. You freeze. Not because you're sad, not because you're scared, but because somewhere in your brain a voice whispers, "That could have been me, should have been me, still might be." You lock eyes with a veteran soldier as he pulls his sword free from an enemy's belly. His hands are steady, his face blank. He sees you watching him, and for a moment he offers something close to pity. Then he moves on. You want to yell, "How do I do this? How are you still alive?" But you don't, because you're too busy trying not to die. Another charge, another clash. You raise your weapon late again, and a veteran next to you knocks aside the attacker that was definitely about to take your head off. He doesn't say a word, just glances at you like someone annoyed to be babysitting an unpaid intern during an execution. And that's what you are here, the intern. Not contributing. Just trying not to ruin everything. Hoping someone notices your effort and doesn't assign you to the next death-prone task. You try to kill someone. Anyone. You think you see an opening. You swing. You hit a shoulder. The man winces and keeps fighting. He doesn't even glance at you. Your hit didn't land right. Not enough force. Poor angle. You're swinging a sword like it's a broomstick in a crowded closet. No one cares. You're not dangerous. You're just there. Someone screams nearby. A sound of pain, then gurgling. You don't even turn to look. You're learning. Not how to fight, but how to not react. And that might be the biggest difference between you and them. They've already seen enough to stop flinching. You're still counting wounds and wondering if you'll cry later. Fun fact, many chroniclers describe soldiers becoming completely numb to death after just a few days in battle. Not heroic, not cold-blooded, just disconnected, dissociated. The mind's way of surviving what the body can't understand. You feel that starting to creep in, that sense of detachment. You're watching the world through a fog, not really in it, not really here, but it's too soon. You're not ready for that level of emotional autopilot. Not yet. Someone stumbles into you. You turn ready to strike. It's a young man, maybe your age, maybe less. His face is gray. His leg is bleeding. He looks lost, just like you. For one brief second, you're mirrors, both of you standing here surrounded by monsters in human form trying to pretend you belong. And then he's gone, pulled into the crowd. You'll never know if he made it. But you know this, you're not one of them. Not yet. Not today. Maybe not ever. It starts with a whisper, then a whine high and sharp. At first, it doesn't register. Your brain's still foggy, preoccupied with pain and not dying. But then you hear it again. A faint hiss, a flutter in the air, then a thunk. Someone beside you jerks. You glance over. An arrow is sticking out of his shoulder. And that's when you realize what's happening. The longbows have started. You tilt your helmet back just enough to catch a sliver of sky. And there they are. Arrows. Dozens. Hundreds. More than you can count. a dark swarm blotting out patches of sunlight, raining down in elegant arcing waves. It would be beautiful if it weren't about to pierce your face. You duck. Instinct. Useless. You hear the arrows land, with horrifying variety, whumps into mud clinks off metal, dull thuds into meat. Screams erupt as soldiers drop left and right, some with arrows in their legs, others with shafts poking out of helmets like misplaced antennas. This isn't targeted fire, it's volume. The English longbow, in particular, was famous for this. Trained archers could fire 10 to 12 arrows per minute. Multiply that by a few hundred bowmen, and you've got a cloud of death. Historians still argue whether longbow volleys could truly punch through plate armor, but they agree on this against poorly armored infantry like you absolute carnage. Fringe, fact arrows weren't always meant to kill cleanly. Some had bodkin points to pierce mail. Others were broadheads designed to rip and tear. And if the arrow didn't kill you, infection probably would. You press yourself low behind your shield, which, by the way, is not nearly big enough for this. It's cracked, it's heavy, and it covers exactly one thigh, half your torso, and about 40% of your dignity. You hear another volley hiss through the air. One arrow buries itself in the mud, inches from your foot. Another slams into the man behind you, right in the neck. He gurgles, falls forward, onto your back. You yell, not out of fear. Okay? Yes, out of fear, but also because he's heavy. You twist, trying to get him off, but his armor catches on yours. You're stuck together in a very undignified medieval cuddle. Another volley. You curl up like a turtle, whispering unhelpful things like no, 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 while arrows patter around like rain made of sharp lies. You think I'm going to die, lying here under Steve. You've decided his name is Steve. You never met him, but you're sharing blood now, so he deserves a name. Eventually, someone pulls Steve off you. You look up. It's a soldier with an arrow through his forearm. He nods at you like this is normal. It is. Now. You manage to rise, stiffly, shakily. You look around. The field is dotted with arrows. Some stuck in the ground at absurd angles, others protruding from arms' legs, helmets, trees, and one very unlucky horse. A soldier nearby grabs a handful of arrows from the mud. He's reusing them. You're not sure whether to admire or be deeply disturbed. You stagger forward, trying to avoid stepping on the wounded, or the dead, or the wounded pretending to be dead. That last group smart. You're starting to consider joining them. Then comes another volley. You drop, instinctively curl again. This time, you feel something tug at your sleeve. You look down. You've been hit. It's not deep. Just a grazing wound on your upper arm. The arrow is hanging there awkwardly, more of a decoration than a true injury. But it burns. It bleeds. And it confirms what you already knew. You're not fast enough. Not trained enough. Not anything enough to survive this for long. Someone screams nearby. You look up and see a man staggering with 2 arrows, one in his leg, another in his side. He falls. A 3rd arrow thuds into his back before he hits the ground. You realize with a kind of strange detachment, this is the part of the battle where nobody knows what's going on. Not even the commanders. Not even the archers. Everyone's just firing and running and trying not to die. Historians often highlight the psychological effect of arrow storms. The constant fear, the randomness, the fact that you could be doing everything right and still get an arrow through the eye. It wasn't just about killing. It was about shaking your soul loose. It's working. You shuffle toward what might be a regrouping point. Another arrow skips off your helmet. You drop to your knees, panting. You tell yourself, I just need to keep moving, keep my head down. You do neither of those things particularly well. You finally reach a collapsed cart and crouch behind it. You've got partial cover. You exhale relieved, then realize the cart is full of corpses. You slide slightly to the left. The volleys start to slow. Maybe the archers are repositioning. Maybe they're out of arrows. Maybe they're just bored. You don't know. But for now, it's quiet again. The only sounds are groans, shouts, and the shlick of arrows being yanked from flesh, whether for reuse or burial, you're not sure. You press your hand to your bleeding arm. It's not fatal. Not today. But it could have been. You're learning slowly that survival here isn't about bravery or honor. It's not about skill or training. It's about luck. And today, your luck just barely held. You stagger out from behind the cart, still clutching your arm, your body sagging under the accumulated weight of exhaustion, sweat, and existential dread. The arrows seem to have stopped, at least for now. You're still alive. Barely. You see a group forming ahead. Familiar colors. Your side. What's left of it. You limp toward them, doing your best impression of someone who belongs. You fall into their cluster, breathing hard, head low. Then you hear a voice shout, "Hold formation." Another voice, a second later, yells something different. Then a third voice shouts something completely contradictory. You hesitate. The group around you hesitates. You look to your left. A soldier starts to follow the first command. To your right, someone else is doing the exact opposite. The guy directly behind you mutters, "Which bloody side is that?" And that's when it hits you. You have no idea who anyone is anymore. The battlefield is now a swirling stew of colors, flags, banners, and screaming. In training, if you'd had any, you might have been told to watch for heraldry, colored surcoats, sigils, and crests. But after 5 hours of mudblood and ash, every soldier looks like they crawled out of the same sewer. The blue tabard you were given at camp, it's now brown. The enemy's red sashes, also brown. Everyone is just brown, caked in the same earth, stained in the same blood. You realize you could stab your own comrade, and no one would blame you, because they wouldn't know either. Historians still argue how often friendly fire occurred in melee battles. It wasn't always accidental. In the crush with confusion and desperation ruling the hour, it was often a fatal shrug stab, first ask later. Fringe tidbit during the Battle of Barnet in 1471. A famous fog led one wing of the Lancastrian army to attack its own allies by mistake. The result? Chaos, collapse, death by friendly hand. You're starting to understand how it happens. A soldier approaches fast blade raised, charging straight at you. You ready your weapon, heart pounding. Then at the last second, you see a smear of familiar paint on his shield. He's on your side. You yell, "Friend," but your voice is hoarse, barely audible. He stops a hair too late sword grazing your shoulder. Not deep, but it still stings. He grunts, nods, keeps going. You stand there stunned, thinking that could have been it. You glance down at yourself. There's nothing identifying left. No insignia. No sash. No crest. Just mudblood and dented armor. You reach down and smear a line of dirt across your chest, just so you remember which way your own strikes are supposed to go. It won't help, but it makes you feel better. Another wave crashes in enemy soldiers this time, but again, you're not entirely sure. They're just men, with weapons charging with the same fear-fueled madness you recognize in your own heart. You raise your sword. You brace. You swing. Your blade glances off a helmet. Another sword whips toward your thigh. You jump back. A spear thrust narrowly misses your ribs. You retaliate. You scream. You land a hit, maybe. You're not sure. Someone goes down beside you. A friend. A foe. You don't know. Someone stabs another soldier in the back. He turns, betrayed, then falls without a word. This is what happens when nobody knows who's who anymore. You try to find someone with command. Someone who looks like they have a clue. But helmets obscure faces. Shouts clash in a dozen accents. You hear forward and retreat within the same breath. You're not part of an army anymore. You're part of a riot. And every second someone is dying from a misunderstanding. You back away. Not cowardice caution. You press your back to a broken wall. You try to catch your breath. You watch as a man with a red sash charges at another with a red sleeve. They lock weapons. One dies. No one will ever know if they were meant to be on the same team. You take stock. You've got your sword, a little water, a cracked rib, a torn bicep, a missing molar, and a whole lot of doubt. But you're breathing. A soldier stumbles up beside you. He's limping like you. He looks at your chest, at the smear of dirt you drew, then nods. He makes the same mark across his own chest. You both stand there panting. Two strangers with matching dirt stripes. No words needed. Because right now, that's the best uniform you've got. Fringe fact, some armies eventually tried using colored feathers or armbands to fix this problem. But in the thick of battle, when everything's torn, splattered, or lost, even the best intentions get swallowed. You rejoin the push. Not because you want to, but because you have to. And as you raise your weapon again, you think I'm more afraid of my own side than the enemy. Because out here, the wrong look, the wrong step, or the wrong color smear gets you stabbed just the same. It starts as a glow barely visible through the haze flickering in the corner of your vision. You think it's the sun, or maybe your vision's playing tricks again. But then the glow grows, warmer, brighter, more orange. Then comes the smell. Not blood this time. Not rot. This one's sharp, hot, oily. And suddenly, it hits you fire. You turn just as someone screams, not from a wound or a charge, but because they've been set alight. Welcome to the wonderful world of boiling oil, or pitch, or quicklime, or flaming tar. Depends on who you ask or where you're standing. Because when castles are under siege, the defenders don't just sit around waiting for someone to politely knock. They dump everything they've got from the walls. And now, you've wandered a little too close to one of those walls. You look up. There's a figure above, small, against the battlements, but unmistakable. A helmet glints. A torch flares. A large pot tips. You don't have time to scream. The liquid splashes down in a steaming arc, splattering the ground ahead. Some poor soldier takes the brunt of it. His armor hisses. Steam erupts from the gaps in his mail. He drops to the ground and doesn't stop screaming. You watch frozen. It smells like meat. Burnt meat. You will never ever forget that smell. Historians still debate just how often defenders used boiling substances during sieges. Some argue it was logistically difficult. Oil was expensive after all. Others point to records describing melted fat tar and lime being poured over attackers with glee. What's not debated? The effect, utter terror. Fringe fact, quicklime wasn't just hot. It blinded people on contact. Mixed with water, it could sear the eyes and lungs. Welcome to medieval chemical warfare. Another pot drops closer this time. You feel the heat on your cheek. The mud sizzles. You backpedal, slipping on blood-slick stones. Your heart races. You want to flee, but so does everyone else. Panic spreads like fire itself. Soldiers scatter. Shields held, high eyes fixed upward. Some start throwing rocks. Others grab abandoned crossbows and aim at the parapets, but they're out of range or too slow. Another soldier beside you raises a spear, shouts something defiant, and is immediately hit in the chest by a rock the size of a cabbage. He crumples. It's not just the fire, it's gravity. Everything comes from above. And you're just target practice. You dive behind a cart again. You're developing a real fondness for carts. The wood is scorched, but solid. You curl beneath it, trying to figure out if you're safer moving or staying. Then someone yells, "They're pouring pitch." You don't even know what that is. You find out fast. It's sticky, black, hotter than anything you've ever felt. It lands in globs that spread like syrup, except instead of pancakes, it coats flesh. And if it hits you directly, there's no fixing it. Just screaming until your voice gives out. You peek out mistake. A gob of pitch lands not 10 feet from your position, igniting like dry grass. The flames race toward you. You roll to the side, narrowly avoiding being flambéed alive. You think this isn't a battle. This is a trap. You're not even inside the castle. You're not even near the breach. You're just one of many unlucky souls stuck in the kill zone. The area defenders turn into a theater of nightmares. More oil, more rocks. A rain of arrows joins the party. Why not? It's open season on anyone not behind a wall. A soldier stumbles past you, hair-smoking face, gone. You don't look too long. You don't want that image to settle in permanently. You think about running. You think about not running and just lying flat pretending you're already dead. You do neither. You just crawl, low to the ground behind whatever debris you can find. A log, a fallen shield, a pile of actual corpses. One of them twitches. You jump. Then realize he's still alive. Barely. Water, he croaks. You don't have any. You don't even have spit. You nod anyway and crawl on. You're ashamed, but you know you'd do the same if you were the one on the ground. Because here's the thing about fire on a battlefield. You can fight steel. You can block an axe. You can dodge an arrow. But you cannot fight fire. And that's what makes it worse than everything else. It doesn't care about your armor. Doesn't care how strong you are. It finds the cracks. And it keeps burning. You finally reach a stone outcrop, a half-buried chunk of ruined wall. You press yourself against it, panting, watching as others aren't so lucky. A rider tries to dash through the gate-flaming pitch, splashes across his horse. The animal bucks wildly. The rider is thrown. The horse crashes sideways into the mud legs, kicking engulfed in flames. You hear its screams long after it stops moving. You gag. Turn your head. Shake. You're shaking again. Another burst of fire falls just feet away. The grass ignites. You scoot farther back. You're learning something new. Today, castles are not romantic. They are death traps. Fortresses with teeth. And you're the meal. Fun fact, some siege engineers designed murder holes into gatehouses, openings in the ceiling, to pour boiling liquids or shoot arrows straight down into trapped enemies. If you're standing in one now, you wouldn't know, until it's too late. You look up, just to check. A drop of something lands near your foot. You move. Fast. You're getting better at this. Still terrified. Still filthy. Still one wrong move away from being cooked like medieval barbecue. But alive. For now. You stay low. You wait. You pray the fire moves somewhere else. Because the only thing worse than the sword is the sky raining oil. You survive the firestorm. Somehow. The smoke eventually drifts. The oil stops falling. The yelling fades into something hoarser, more desperate. When you finally stand, legs shaking, eyes burning, you feel like you've aged a decade. You're not sure what time it is, no sun visible through the haze, but you know what time it feels like, siege time. You've heard the stories, maybe even laughed at them once. Castles under siege for weeks, months. People starving, drinking rainwater, eating shoe leather. You thought those were just tales, exaggerations. They weren't. Because now you're here, and the glamour has well and truly died. Welcome to Siege Life Endless Suffering Edition. The fighting slows not because it's over, but because everyone is too tired to continue. Your side is stuck. No breakthrough, no retreat. Just the slow grind of medieval trench warfare. It's not trenches really, but the effect is the same. You're in a soggy, makeshift camp outside the castle walls, and you're going to be here a long, long time. First problem, the food. You don't know what it was like before, but it's dire now. Rations are halved, bread is stale or full of worms. Some days you don't get meat. Other days you get something they call meat, but it smells like shoe leather boiled in pond water. You eat it anyway. Fringe fact siege rations often included hardtack, dried peas, onions, and pottage, a kind of communal soup that varied wildly based on luck location and what hadn't yet crawled away. It was not gourmet. Second problem, sleep. You don't get any. There are no beds, no tents for lowborn soldiers, just straw or dirt or a patch of flattened grass if you're lucky. You lie in your armor, or under it, or next to it. Your blanket is a sack. Your pillow is your boot. You try to drift off as someone coughs beside you, wet-hacking endless. You don't ask if it's illness. You know it is, because that's the third problem, sickness. It spreads faster than fear. Someone starts throwing up. Someone else hasn't moved all day. You hear whispers, plague typhus. Something about bad air. But there's no doctor and definitely no medicine. Just rumors and vinegar and a few wild-eyed men waving herbs over sleeping bodies like it'll help. Historians still debate how many siege deaths were due to combat versus disease. In most long campaigns, illness won by a landslide. You're beginning to believe it. One soldier near you refuses to eat. He's pale shaky and mutters constantly about worms in his stomach. He says they're crawling out of his eyes. You nod politely and inch away. Another cuts a chunk from a rat and roasts it over a fire. He offers you some. You decline at first. By nightfall, you're considering it. By morning, you're jealous. He got to it first. You try not to think about time. It doesn't help. Each day bleeds into the next. You wake ache, eat whatever's in the pot, sharpen your blade, dig a ditch, haul water, yell at someone, dodge arrows, watch someone die, and try not to lose your mind. That last part's the hardest. Because siege life isn't just hunger and cold. It's boredom and fear married together in a slow, soul-sucking spiral. One day, you're patrolling a wall. The next, you're watching a pigeon for 2 hours and wondering if it's edible. And then the hallucinations start. You're not even sure when it begins. Maybe it's the hunger or the fever or just sheer mental fatigue. But one night, you sit by the fire and swear you see a rat wearing a tiny hat. A hat, like a little red one. You blink. It's gone. But you don't say anything. Because no one else blinks at strange sightings anymore. One man swore the latrine hole spoke Latin to him. Another claimed he saw his dead mother floating above the stew pot. You listen. You nod. You stir the stew anyway. Fringe, tidbit, siege, journals from the 14th and 15th centuries describe soldiers talking to trees, naming their arrows, and holding full arguments with their own socks. Siege madness wasn't rare. It was a feature. You get orders to dig a trench. You dig. Slowly. Painfully. The ground is cold. Your hands are blistered. You don't even know why you're digging anymore. You just do it because not doing it might mean punishment or worse, attention. You hear about a deserter who was caught trying to run. They hung him upside down and left him on the edge of camp as an example. By morning, the birds had taken one of his eyes. You stop thinking about running. Then the rumors start. They're tunneling under the wall. A new shipment of wine is coming. The captain's got scurvy. If you sleep near the ashes, the worms won't bite you. You believe none of it. You believe all of it. Because in siege life, truth is optional. You live off scraps of hope, real or not. Anything to pass the hours. Anything to forget you're slowly rotting in place. And at night, the cold sinks into your bones. You curl into a ball shivering, listening to someone nearby quietly sob. You pretend not to hear. They do the same when it's your turn tomorrow. And maybe the day after. Because in siege time, everything hurts. Everything smells. Everything stretches into forever. You wonder how long until the castle falls. Or better yet, how long until you do. You've barely started the next day, if it's even day anymore, when someone near the camp starts coughing. Again. Not the usual throat-clearing kind. This one's wet. Gurgling. Wrong. At first, no one reacts. People cough all the time out here. Dust, smoke, bad stew. But this one doesn't stop. It goes on and on and on until it turns into choking. Then retching. Then silence. You glance over. The man is slumped forward, his shirt soaked with something dark. There's a strange rash spreading down the side of his neck. Someone rolls him onto his back. His eyes are wide open, glassy. He's dead, just like that. No sword, no arrow, just breathless. Gone. You swallow. Hard. Another man nearby mutters, "It's the plague." Someone else laughs nervously. Nah. Just the fever. Then a third voice, more certain, the fleas again. You look down at your arms. You've been scratching. A lot. You hadn't really noticed. Just assumed it was the dirty clothes, the bites, the constant sweat. Now you're not so sure. Welcome to pestilence on the battlefield, because medieval warfare didn't need a sword to kill you. Sometimes it only took a flea. Fringe fact rats get all the blame for the Black Death, but it was actually the fleas on the rats that carried Yersinia pestis, the bacteria behind one of the deadliest pandemics in history. And war camps. They were perfect breeding grounds. No sanitation, no clean water, no soap, just cramped tents, rotting food, and lots of bodies. You start to notice other things. A man vomiting behind a tree. A soldier refusing food. Someone else lying on a bed of straw, shivering so hard the blanket shakes like it's haunted. Historians still argue whether plague and disease shaped more of medieval warfare than actual tactics. Entire campaigns were abandoned due to outbreaks. Cities closed their gates to allies in fear of infection. Disease didn't follow war, it traveled with it. And you're now living in that caravan. More coughing. You count 4 cases. Then 7. Then 10. The smell changes. Again. Not just unwashed bodies this time. There's a new layer, sweet, rotten, metallic. The stench of sickness, of tissue giving up. You gag. Again. This time not from food. You've barely eaten anyway. The commanders try to keep order. They move the sick to one corner of the camp. The plague zone. Just a rope circle and a few guards posted nearby. You see someone trying to crawl out. They're beaten back in. You hear the thud of sticks. Then silence. No one wants to talk about it, but you all know what's happening. The plague travels too, not on horseback, not by command, but in breath, in bites, in silence. You try to stay clean, but what does that even mean anymore? You rub your face with a rag that smells like ash. You wash your hands in a puddle that might also be a toilet. You change your tunic for one that's only slightly blood-stained. It's all theater. The man in your unit, the one who shared his bread with you a few nights ago, is dead by sundown. You don't remember his name, or maybe you never learned it. Doesn't matter. You feel it anyway. Not grief, not even fear, just erosion, like something's wearing you down, layer by layer. You lie down early, not because you're tired, though you are, but because there's nothing else to do. You curl into your sack, turn your face from the sick, and hope the wind doesn't blow from that direction tonight. Someone nearby whispers, "It's not plague, it's a curse." From the town we raised, you don't respond, because even if they're wrong, they might not be. Fringe tidbit, some medieval armies believed disease came as punishment for sins committed during war. Looting churches, burning villages, killing innocents. You've seen all of that. Maybe even done some of it. The line gets blurry when the orders are loud and the blades are sharp. More coughing. Closer now. You stare up at the stars, wondering how something so beautiful can look down on something so horrible. The silence is broken by a bell. Not a church bell. A death bell. They ring it when someone dies during the night, when there's too many to bury and not enough time for prayers. It tolls. Once, twice, then keeps ringing. You lose count. Someone whispers, "Don't breathe too deep." Another answers, "Doesn't matter now." You roll over. Face in the straw. You tell yourself you'll make it, that it's just bad food, just fatigue. But deep down, you know what this is. And if the sword doesn't get you, the plague probably will. Morning comes not with the warmth of sunlight or birdsong, but with the low, hoarse moans of the dying and the silence of the dead. You sit up. Your joints creak like warped floorboards. Your tongue is dry, your throat sore, but you're breathing, which by this point is a luxury. The sky is pale gray, smeared with smoke. Somewhere a fire still smolders, maybe a supply tent, maybe a funeral pyre. Hard to tell anymore. You stretch your arms, wincing as your ribs flare again, that old injury still a faithful companion. Then you stand legs shaking beneath you, like they've just remembered what happened yesterday. Or the day before, or the day before that. Because now you're in the end game. The battle isn't won. Not really. But it's shifted. The lines are broken. The enemy's retreating. The castle might fall today. You should feel something like relief. But you don't. Because even if your side wins, you've already lost more than you can count. And today's victory, it doesn't feel glorious. It feels like the last sigh of something once alive. You walk past bodies, fresh ones this time. Not sickened, not infected. Just broken. A snapped neck here. A crushed jaw there. A man with a sword still stuck in his own thigh. You don't look too long. You don't let yourself. Because today, you're not a recruit anymore. You're a survivor. But barely. You find your unit, or what's left of it. 7 men from the original 40. Some bandaged, some limping, all hollow-eyed. The same look you saw on the veterans when this all began. Now you wear it too. Fringe fact in medieval battles, death rates for frontline infantry could hit 40% or more. even when the army won huge chunks of its fighters simply didn't make it back. It wasn't victory, it was survival math. A soldier slaps you on the shoulder. You wince, but nod. He says, "We push today." Into the keep. You nod again. Because what else is there to say? You form up near the gate. The drawbridge has been lowered, more like crushed. The gatehouse is in ruins. What remains of the enemy has fallen back inside the keep, desperate cornered. The final stand. But it's not like the stories. No inspiring speeches. No grand gestures. Just the slow, trudging march of people who can't believe they're still alive. You step over a knight's body in full plate face, twisted in surprise. His tabard is torn. His sword is still sheathed. You wonder if he even saw it coming. You step through the ruined gate and into the keep. It's dark inside. Cold. The walls are scorched. There are signs of a last-minute retreat barricades, smashed chairs, overturned broken arrows littering the floor. The defenders are few, scared. They fight with desperation. But so do you. You clash again. One more time. The sword feels heavier than ever. Your shoulder throbs. Your foot slips on a patch of blood you recover by instinct, not skill. You parry a blow and stab forward. It lands. You feel it. The jolt, the give. The life leaving another man's body through your hand. You don't react, because now, after everything, this is normal. Historians often gloss over what a victory really felt like for medieval soldiers. But there are journals, chronicles half-sane poetry, descriptions of men wandering the battlefield after the fighting stopped picking through corpses for food, for boots, for souvenirs. Some wept. Some laughed. Some just lay down and never got back up. Fringe tidbit, one chronicler wrote of a man who won a battle, inherited his brother's estate because his sibling died beside him and hung himself 2 days later. Too much victory, the text says. Make of that what you will. By midday it's done. The castle has fallen. The last of the defenders are dead or dying or surrendered. There are no cheers, no trumpet blasts, just the sound of wind through broken stone. You sit against a column, hand-trembling blade coated in something dark. You think about cleaning it, but don't. You think about food, water, shelter. But mostly, you think about home and how far away it feels now. A man walks by laughing, not with joy, not really. Just a broken chuckle that turns into a cough. He slumps beside you. You don't speak. He doesn't either. And then he says it soft and low. We won. You don't answer. Because yes, you took the castle. But what did you win, really? A new pile of ghosts. A badge that says, "Congratulations, you're permanently damaged." A seat at the fire next time, if there is a next time. You look down at your hands. They shake. You think, I made it? Then I shouldn't have. Then what now? The answer never comes. Because out here, victory isn't glory. It's trauma. It's surviving just long enough to be haunted. You don't sleep the night after the battle. You lie still, eyes open, watching the embers of a dying fire dance like ghosts in the wind. Around you, the keep is quiet now. No more screams, no more steel on steel. Just the occasional grunt cough or shuffle of someone trying to find a comfortable position on cold, blood-stained stone. You shift slightly. Your ribs protest. Your shoulders ache. Your stomach growls, but you don't answer it. The hard biscuit someone handed you hours ago still sits in your pocket. You couldn't eat it if you tried. There's a smell in the air, ash blood, something chemical and ancient. Victory smells a lot like death. You finally stand. You walk. Slowly. Barefoot now, your boots wore through days ago. The cold stone bites your soles, but it's almost welcome. Real. Present. You pass corpses. Some arranged. Most not. One has his eyes open. You crouch. Close them. You don't know why. Maybe it's because no one else will. Maybe it's because part of you is still human. The quiet is worse than the chaos. Because now there's time to think. And that's dangerous. You sit on the edge of a broken parapet, looking out over the field where it all started. The place where you stood, trembling in your borrowed armor, trying to hold your spear the right way. That was how many days ago? It feels like 1,000 years. And also yesterday. Fringe fact many soldiers who survived medieval battles died shortly after from infections exposure or simply being forgotten in the post-battle scramble. The wounded weren't carried away by medics. There weren't medals or parades. There were just wagons or ditches or silence. You still can't believe you made it. But made it is relative. Your skin is bruised. Your teeth hurt. Your left arm barely moves. Your stomach has been empty so long it stopped complaining. You've seen things, done things that you don't have words for, and you know deep down that you're not the same person who walked into this. You remember the man who shared his water with you. Gone. The one with the red feather in his cap. Gone. The one who tried to teach you to parry and joked about naming his sword Mildred. Gone. They're all part of you now, echoes you carry. And what do you have? A dull sword, a cracked helmet, a filthy gambeson, a name that might make it into someone's ledger misspelled and footnoted, and your life. Barely. The sky is starting to lighten. Morning. Another one. You hear a rider passing through the keep calling out names, assignments, orders. You don't listen. Not yet. You stay where you are watching the field slowly emerge from the mist. You see birds picking at corpses. You don't flinch. Because this is the truth. Aftermath isn't relief. It's quiet grief. You stand. Walk back toward the others. Toward the new orders. The next fire. The next meal. Or fight. Or frostbitten night. Because you survived. But that's not the end. That's the start of a whole new story. Of figuring out what's left of you now that the battle is over. And if there's anything worth keeping. So now you walk away, slowly stiffly from that broken keep. The echoes of steel and scream still ringing somewhere in your head. But with each step, the sound fades. Your feet touch softer ground. Grass again. Soil, not stone. The weight of your armor seems lighter now, or maybe you've just gotten used to carrying it. The pain doesn't leave you, but it quiets, softens at the edges. You're not well, not healed, but you're breathing. As you walk, you notice small things. A bird call, the way the wind bends the treetops, the creak of leather as you adjust your belt. It all feels distant but real, like the world is still trying to welcome you back. And maybe you let it. There's a place you'll reach tonight. Not a village, not yet, but a hill. A quiet one. Somewhere to sit to drink, from your flask to stare at the stars again, not as a soldier, not as a survivor, but simply as you. You sit, you breathe, and you don't have to look over your shoulder anymore. Because for the first time in what feels like forever, you're not counting seconds. Not fighting the sky. Not being hunted by fire or blade. You're just still. And that's enough. That's everything. So sleep now. Let your shoulders rest. Let your heartbeat slow. The battlefield is behind you. The silence ahead is yours. You made it. Sweet dreams.